Hey, hey. That's cutting me down by 50%. There's room for you here. I won't say much that very nice. That's a given. Huh? That's a given.
Good evening, everybody. We're about to start. Okay, I will call the January 14th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission for the Village of Los Ranchos, de Albuquerque, to order now. It is 6:04. So we'll start with the roll call. Commissioner Barrow?
Here.
Commissioner Edward?
He doesn't have it.
Turn your
He's
mics
here.
on.
He doesn't have it in.
Does this work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Martinez?
Present.
Commissioner Baldwin?
Here.
Commissioner Drew?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Homan, I am here. Let the record reflect that the quorum is present for the meeting. We'll go on to the approval of the agenda. Mr. Williams, are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. Happy New Year to everybody. No, ma'am, there are no changes to the agenda.
Great. Are there any changes from the commissioners? Hearing and seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Commissioner Barrow and Commissioner Baldwin. Let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Barrow?
Yes.
Commissioner Edward?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
Here. It's a long day already. Yes, please. I love it.
Commissioner Drew?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
And Commissioner Homan, yes. The motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll go on to the public comment period. Residents may address the Planning and Zoning Commission to comment on issues, problems, or successes on topics that do not appear elsewhere on the agenda. Audience members will be given an opportunity to comment on agenda items as they come up. Speakers must register with the village staff prior to the beginning of the meeting, and I have a list of those that signed up to speak. When your name is called, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and if you will give your name and address when you are asked to come up. Ms. Varro.
I requested a mic.
Hold on.
Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. Zip 87107. Thank you, commissioners, and I didn't realize that we have an interim director of planning and zoning. But anyway, I'm moving forward. On El Paraíso Road, the road was resurfaced, and I called and spoke with Keene. And he said the resurfacing came from the state department. So what that means, I'm not sure. So if there's concerns, because we have been not known as an arterial street, it's a road, and we do have an association, and we've had one for a long time. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, since it's a straight and beautiful resurfacing, there's more traffic, and I've talked about a concern about traffic impact once the Palindrome project is open. But this is a resurfaced road, and more people, I would say, I would like to do a street study, and I'm not sure, since the resurfacing came from the state funds, how you would do that, and where would that begin? Can I ask that question to the commissioners? Because I'm the first house going down El Paraíso, and I just, as a senior resident, I can't even hardly get out of my driveway safe, let alone go to 4th Street when I need to run errands or else or other areas of need. So that's it's a question, how would we get a street study now that the road
The speaker's
is
time has expired.
resurfaced? Let me finish. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farrow, I'm going to direct you on another night or another day to get in contact with Mr. Williams, who is temporarily doing the work from Makita that left. And I think he can answer some of your questions. And hopefully, you can get some answers that way. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Mr. Vincent Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Vincent Sanchez. I'm at 6802 Rio Grande. And my concerns kind of come down to two parts. One is a state statute, and the other one is a village code. The village code is, residential code is section 9.2.11 R3 residential code, the A section.
Could you repeat that, please?
Can you pull the microphone closer
Sure.
so we can hear?
The residential zoning code, 9211 R3 residential zoning code, which is language that's repeated in other places as well. What I'm specifically looking for is the importance that's carried in that section and how often it actually gets enforced. So the setbacks, for the most part, I think some people here today have some variances that have to do with that. I don't know anything about those. But specifically, the 25 feet from drainage is specifically called out on that. And I feel that that's been inadequately enforced along the Pueblo Acequia. And I also feel that it's a slippery slope because you have some old fences and new ones. And primarily it's like when a new one old one gets torn down and a new one gets put in its place. I kind of feel like you should have to go through that zoning and permitting process and deal with those things. And I don't feel that those particular things are taken, have been done recently. And I would like to know why that is not considered of importance. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, if I can just direct you to add that to a list of items to look into, please. Thank you. Mr. Fred Yorberg? Uberg? You bet.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Fred Uberg. I live at 5723 El Prado. It's in Robley Meadows, basically right across the street here from the village offices. It recently has come to our attention that some of the residents in Tenon Farms and their homeowners association are contemplating a vote among themselves that would make Tenon Farms a gated community. Living right outside the El Portal gate concerned me, and after discussions with my neighbors on El Portal and over on Chavez Road, the other entrance that would be gated, I discovered that there was a lot of concern. So I purchased some signs at my own expense and put them up in my yard and several yards in the neighborhood. And the signs simply said, "No gates, please." I put those up on El Portal and I put those up over on Chavez Road. It was recommended to me by an acquaintance in Tenon Farms that I might want to write a nice letter to the president of the HOA explaining why I put the signs up and what they were about, which I did. And what I would like to do tonight is read that letter into the record, I guess. I don't know, but I want people to hear my letter. Dear neighbor, I realize that by now you have probably seen the signs that I put up in my neighborhood and over on Chavez Road, asking for "No gates, please." If you will, allow me to explain my motivation for putting up the signs. First and foremost, I empathize with your desire to keep your neighborhood safe and crime-free, and I recognize that your HOA has the right to do whatever you all feel is necessary to that end. I do not wish to influence your decisions unless they have the potential to affect the use and enjoyment of my private property. Let me explain. My neighbors and I fear that the gates on El Portal and Chavez Road will cause traffic to back up while waiting for the gates to open and close before the next vehicle can enter. Vehicles denied entrance will, of course, be forced to find a spot where they can turn around. That, unfortunately, will be in our private drives. Big trucks and trailers will certainly exacerbate this problem at both entrances. I have spoken to the residents on Chavez Road, and they are not at all keen having their street and that entrance designated as the service entrance for Tenon Farms. The noise and constant heavy traffic would turn a quiet little neighborhood into something akin to a commercial truck terminal.
The speaker's time has expired.
You can.
I have one more paragraph to read. I'll finish quickly. So what is my motivation for putting up the signs? I would simply like the opportunity to share our concerns with the Gates. We, after all, are two groups of stakeholders with property that abuts one another, and hopefully a discussion could lead to better and more agreeable solutions for everyone. Fred Uberg.
Thank you.
As far as I know, the letter was not ever circulated to the residents in Tenon Farms, and I'm still waiting a discussion,
Okay.
I guess.
I believe you would have to circulate the letter yourself. It's,
I was trying to be polite, and my contact suggested that it would be best to send it to the president of the HOA
yes.
and let Mr. Cushing make that decision,
All right.
which is the way I did it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Stacy Rail.
My name is Stacy Rael. Although I'm not a resident of Los Ranchos, I live on 9724 Stone Street, Northwest 87114. I am a practicing veterinarian in this community. I'm here for more information about the Paladrone project, and my concerns are essentially how far west it's planning on extending into the Los Ranchos open spaces. I'm hearing rumors from clients.
Excuse me, if this is in regard to the Palindrome project, that is something that's on the agenda, and I'm afraid we'll have to have.
Can I just continue? Thanks. So I have concerns about the impact on migrating fowl and wildlife that come through the open spaces.
Thank you.
Okay, and it would be against my violation against my oath and a violation of my oath to protect animals and their well-being. So I would like more information. So if you could give me information, because I've been looking and I'm getting runarounds.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Is there anybody in the audience that didn't have the opportunity to sign up before we got started for the open meeting comments? Seeing and hearing nobody. Okay, we'll move on to our agenda.
Anybody online?
Oh, is there anybody online? No. Thank you. Thank you, Drew. All right. Let's see, so nobody. We'll move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and it will be considered separately. So before us, we have the approval of the minutes for December 10th, 2024. I myself was not present, so I will recuse myself from approval of these minutes and leave it up to the rest of you. Are there any corrections or comments from the commissioners? Seeing and hearing none. All right, is there a motion for approval of the minutes for the December 10th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting?
So moved.
No, go on, it's okay.
So moved.
And I'll second.
Great, so it's been moved and seconded. So we've got Commissioner Baldwin and Commissioner Drew. This is a roll call vote. Commissioner Barrow,
Not voting.
Commissioner Edward,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Drew,
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood,
Yes.
and as I said, Commissioner Holman, myself, I'm recusing because I wasn't here. So, and you recused as well. All right. So, all the ayes have it, so that has passed. And we will move on to our first public hearing and application. Will all those who will be speaking before the commission tonight on any of the hearings, please stand to be sworn in. This is for all public hearings and applications on the agenda tonight, if you will be speaking in any way on any of these hearings.
And just for information, licensed attorneys don't have to be sworn in. So if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the very first hearing that we have. And this is V24-05. It's a request by Lisa Day for a variance of 6% to the 60% permeable surface limitation for the property located at 409 Ramsey Lane Northwest, legally described as Lot 6, Track B, Valle del Norte subdivision, MRG CD map number 24, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, and zoned R3 residential. The subject site contains approximately 0.33 acres in area, more or less. Are there any commissioners that will recuse themselves from this item? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Williams, can we have the planning report, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Brennan Williams. I am not a village employee, but I am a consultant that is assisting the Planning and Zoning Department and will be presenting the various requests this evening. Madam Chair and Commissioners, this particular item, as well as the next item on the agenda, V2406, are both associated with the same piece of property. For efficiency, I believe I can give you the staff report and the background on both of these at the same time. Because they're separate matters, they do require separate votes, but I just want to make sure the Commission's comfortable with that, and if not, I can present each independently.
Is there any problem? Commissioner Edward?
Will you delineate if the information is different at all?
Yes,
between the two. Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Edward, yes, we'll do so. All right, thank you. Commissioners, V2405 and V2406 are both variance requests pertaining to different sections of the R3 zone within the zoning code. Specifically, V2405, Madam Chair, as you mentioned, is a request for a variance of 6% to the 60% permeable surface requirement that's outlined within all residential zones within the village. But this particular piece of property, as it was described by Madam Chair, is located at 409 Ramsey Lane Northwest. That site is zoned R3 residential and lies within the 4th Street character area. This matter came to the attention of the village as a swimming pool is proposed, and during the plan review, it was noted that the permeable surface requirement, which is essentially 2/3, a little less than 2/3, 60% of the lot, was not being met. There are also 7 other lots that are within the subdivision. The applicant for this permeable surface variance argues that there is a roadway. This is a private gated subdivision that's accessed by the private road. And because the road is included as part of the property, the subject site, it does count against, or it is factored into the permeable surface requirement. So it's argued that the road was in place when the property was purchased, and because of that, there was no input or control over the construction or the placement of the road. It's also argued that there's another property that's received a variance previously for the permeability standard, and that other lots, or the other lots that are within the subdivision, do not meet this permeable surface requirement. It's also argued that disallowing the variance would be unfair because there is existing development, similar existing development throughout the rest of the neighborhood. Staff's response begins on page 3, and let me back up very quickly. You were provided a hard copy of this particular staff report because apparently in loading it, only the odd number of pages were loaded, so we did provide a full copy of that report, and we did place copies of the report at the back of the room. But staff's response to the various arguments for approval begin about the middle of page 3 of your staff report. And in a nutshell, as this commission knows, a variance for approval is to be based on a property that has unique circumstances, unique characteristics that are associated with the lot. Typically, that relates to the size of the property, the location of the property, or things like the grade or the topography. So identifying an unusual characteristics associated with the property is specific to the property. It can't be a characteristics that is shared throughout the neighborhood or is common throughout the neighborhood. Additionally, proving that a property owner's right to develop their property would be deprived. In other words, no other use could take place upon the property, puts the request within the realm of granting a variance. So again, an applicant would need to prove that there are exceptional and unusual characteristics associated with the site, and that the variance is needed because no other reasonable use of the property can take place. Staff certainly understands the arguments that are made by the property owner in this situation, that she purchased the property in its current condition, and there are other properties that are up and down the street that are just like this. But that does not meet the criteria for approval as it's outlined within the zoning code. I did do some research. We did determine that there was another variance that was granted. It was a setback variance. It does appear that there was a swimming pool that was associated with that particular setback variance. That was approved in 2005 for a variance to the rear yard setback distance. However, as is outlined within the code, the granting of a variance or the denial of a variance does not set a precedent, and that is based not only in the code, but that's also based on case law as it relates to variances in New Mexico. So based on those factors, for this particular matter, the permeability variance, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission deny the variance and list those findings on page 5 of your staff report. Associated, again, with this property is a variance for the rear yard setback distance for the swimming pool. The applicant is proposing to place the pool just 9 feet from the rear property line. The R3 zone requires a 15-foot rear yard setback distance. Similar arguments are made for this particular variance. It's argued that the variance is warranted because the other property in the area that received the variance was for the swimming pool. The pool is proposed to be placed for aesthetic considerations in alignment with a patio that's in the rear yard. The lot behind the subject site, so to the north of the subject site, which fronts off of 4th Street, this portion of the lot is relatively undeveloped, and there's some concern that if the pool is not placed in accordance with the 15-foot rear yard setback, as is required by the code, it will be too close to an RV pad that's existing on the property, and the property owner is concerned that they don't want their RV to end up in the swimming pool, obviously. As was noted previously, again, we understand those arguments, we understand the need or the desire for placing the pool closer to the property line than the code would require, but again, those don't appear to be based on the criteria for approval. There doesn't appear to be an unnecessary hardship associated with those factors. Again, we did research and confirm that a variance was previously granted, but again, the code does not, a precedent is not set according to the code, depending upon approval or the denial of a prior variance. And finally, arguments associated with aesthetic considerations fall short of the criteria for approval. Beginning on the bottom of page 4, extending on to page 5, there are findings for the recommendation of denial of V2406, which again is the rear yard setback variance. Madam Chair, with that, I will stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Anybody have any questions with the staff report? Okay, we'll go on and we'll hear from the applicant. Is the applicant?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay. Commissioner Edwards?
How was the zoning code any different in 2005 than it is now? Relating to this, do we know?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Edward, I can tell you it's different. I couldn't give you the exact differences, but I know that there have been amendments to the code since 2005.
Is the applicant present? If you will,
Is not present, she's in the hospital.
oh, no, sorry to hear that.
I'm her brother.
All right,
And
if
this,
you,
this is Angel from the pool company.
okay,
Licensed contractor. He's also on your agenda.
all right. If you will give your name and address,
My name is Johnny Bryant. My address is 324 Homesite Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
okay, and would you give hers too, just so we're, Lisa Day.
Ramsey Road, it's, what is it? 409 Ramsey Road.
all right, thank you. If you can give us a description of what you're trying to do, anything you would like to say?
I think Mr. Williams is really clear on what they're trying to do. They're trying to set their pool in there, in a location where they like it. They have an existing RV pad, so they want to change the setback. They're in a little community of 8 homes, and as far as the 60% goes, if you were to go look at the 8 homes, you'll see very few of them have their 60%. So the bottom line is here is they're trying to put in a pool in a location where they like to have it on their property. It's behind walls, nobody will ever see it. And as it was spoken earlier, the road out there has kind of hurt their usage on what they have as their area. So it's really a matter of simple, it either gets approved or it doesn't. If it doesn't get approved, then we'll need to know the next steps. She'll need to know the next steps of where this has to go to have it approved. It's not like she's the only one in their neighborhood that hasn't met all the guidelines. And we don't know when this was annexed into Los Ranchos. That's some information we've not been able to find and see if prior to being annexed to Los Ranchos, if any of those prior rules would then apply to their situation that they're trying to accomplish now.
All right.
You have anything, Angel? Is there any questions?
No. Any questions? Mr. Baldwin?
Has there been consideration of ways to address the concerns related to the RV pad without keeping the pool as proposed?
Not the way that the property's situated. I think you may have a picture in the packet, I'm not sure. But the way the property's situated, where the gate opens and the pad is all preset with the wall that has been built and a gate that's been built. So it would take a lot of consideration to try to change an RV pad at this point. And then at that point, move that elsewhere and get rid of the land that they have off to their west side.
We did also propose to remove the RV pad
You need to
completely.
speak into
I'm
the
sorry.
camera.
Give your name and address, please.
Angel Jordan.
And who
at
you're
409
representing.
409 Ramsey Lane.
And who you're representing?
Lisa Day.
Okay, and
I am the
you're
licensed.
with the pool company? right?
Yes, ma'am. Licensed contractor with the pool company. We did propose to remove the RV pad completely. And even by doing that, it does not meet the permeable surface requirement because of how half of the road and half of the driveway, everything is considered part of the permeable surface. Just wanted to add to that. So even if we were to remove the RV pad completely, it still wouldn't meet the permeable surface requirement.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Okay.
I have a question for Mr. Williams.
I just want to verify that we are going to use both 05 and 06 in his conversation with us also?
Let's address the first one first.
Right,
The
but I'm-
the
05.
60% right now, the 05.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Okay. Anything on the 05 for questions?
I have a question, please, for Mr. Williams. So how big is the pool?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Talia Pietra, I believe it's like about 22 by 16, is that
It's 16 by 32.
60 by 32?
500.
It's, there's a site plan that's included in your packet that shows the placement of the pool there.
So what permeable square footage is remaining then after, let's say the pool goes in, all other concrete is retained, the driveway is retained, everything, what percentage of permeable ground do we have left?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that would be 54%. They're seeking a variance of 6% to the 60% requirement. So they're seeking to reduce it by 6%. So 54% would remain permeable on the lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners right now for the applicant?
It's kind of to both of them at the same time.
Okay.
What is the, so if we had a really bad rainstorm and people started getting flooding and you had built this pool, is there a drainage system to handle this additional flooding that might occur from everybody violating this permeable surface?
In this case, yes, the pool is established at a level to where everything, all the water runs off into the drainage of the home, of the property. It also will include deck drains around the pool, therefore water runs off.
I didn't state my question very well. Not your fault. If we had a torrential downpour, I'm sure the permeable surface rule relates to the ability to drain and not cause flooding. And to the degree that there is or is not any form of flooding control mechanism, my concern is that that rule is in there for a reason, so as not to create damage to not just the subject home, but everybody else's home there. And then we have a lawsuit against the Village of Los Ranchos for approving a property that doesn't have enough area to control floodwaters.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering, is there extraordinary measures taken in this development to offset that?
Is that the reason that the 60% is in place, is for flood control?
I would imagine that's part of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
Does anybody know?
Yes.
yes.
Yes?
All right. Do you have another question? Because we want to get to those supporting and those opposing, get their comments.
Why did I have a question?
Have you considered different ways of structuring the pool where the additional 6% would be left permeable?
As mentioned previously with the RV.
I can't understand you.
As mentioned previously with the RV pad, we did consider removing the entire RV pad. It's all built of concrete in order to meet that percentage. And even by doing that, it still doesn't meet the permeable surface.
I really can't understand what you said.
We considered removing the entire RV pad to try to meet that requirement as far as the permeable surface. And even by doing that, it still doesn't meet the permeable surface requirement.
How about a smaller pool?
I'm not sure exactly if it'll still meet that requirement, to be honest with you.
We're only talking 6% here, apparently, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Barrow, I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Jordan and I sat down and his description corresponds with my memory in that we crunched the numbers and they're just existing, even without putting in the pool, the property exceeds that permeable surface requirement. I don't have my calculations here, but the conclusion was even if we remove the RV pad, and I believe the patio in the back, we talked about that as well, the property would still be greater than what was allowed. And then what would be the reason for putting in a pool? Because again, the pool would only count against that.
But you didn't discuss a smaller pool, because apparently you said 54%, we're only off 6% there. That's not much.
That's not much, but the pool doesn't add that much impermeable surface to the existing property. So even in its current condition, the property does not meet the permeable surfacing standard right now.
Great, okay. Understand.
All right. Well, let's, I have a list of those that signed up to speak in favor or against, and it is blank. So, was there anyone wishing to speak in favor? Ms. Varro? And you were you sworn in earlier?
Yes,
Okay.
I was.
You want a microphone over?
I appreciate it. Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos, 87107. My comment about swimming pools, we already have a shortage of water. So my concern would be, even with 6% or 60%, and I don't know what that represents, because I live on a half acre and I lost my well. So in terms of being able to consider whether a swimming pool would meet the needs of our village and consideration of water, because I'm not sure what that would represent. If we start approving of swimming pools, even regardless of whether or not that meets our mission, so to speak, of our village, then that's not agricultural, and I would have a concern with water use and whether or not other 6% of whatever permeable, whatever that means, and I'm not sure, would meet the needs of our agricultural area. And in terms of using that percentage for gardening purposes or other purposes other than a swimming pool. And that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this particular hearing?
Thank you.
Okay.
David Montoya at 8831 4th Street Northwest. I just want to remind the board that all these annexed areas have a special consideration. Let's not forget, we didn't pick up these areas until the 90s. And we're trying to apply village-wide to these newly annexed areas, and it's not fair to people that lived in, that were built in the county. This place doesn't even meet the criteria as it was annexed. Please don't forget that. And because we've made this mistake before, it ends up going to the BOT, and we just waste a lot of time. These are annexed, newly annexed areas. Don't forget that, please. Thank you.
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. Just want to clarify the 60% permeability is not just about rainwater drainage. It's also about growing things, nature, greenness. And that's got to be the number one thing that the village is all about. So just a reminder.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, discussion?
Do we need a motion first?
We can.
Okay. I would like to move denial of V2405, a request for a variance from section 9.2.11 sub L, sub 1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Code, which limits the amount of permeable surfacing to no more than 60% of the lot area for property zoned R3 residential within the 4th Street character area with the listed staff findings.
Okay,
Second.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's have discussion. Any discussion from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, point of order. I think the applicant has a right for rebuttal after the protest.
Thank
And
you.
I didn't know that they got that right and were standing there.
Great, thank you. Would you like rebuttal before we continue?
There are
with our
letters, I don't know
discussion?
if you received them from some of the homeowners along the street. Also, as far as the greenery goes, all these houses, if anybody drives down the street or if you look on satellite areas, you'll notice that every one of these houses have walls around them. So you don't know what's behind the walls as far as how much concrete, how much greenery, how much is there. I do appreciate the fact that a lot of these things were annexed in later on. And I think a lot of these rules with Los Ranchos are older rules that are applying to areas that were annexed into Los Ranchos afterwards. I think it needs to be taken into consideration that this pool is really important to the family, and eventually the pool will happen. It's just as how far does the cost and how far does it need to go for this to be able to happen? What kind of agreements can be made to satisfy Los Ranchos and satisfy the pool? So I do think that there has to be some different agreements, and I do believe that Los Ranchos has to consider the area where this is in, what it is, and that it's not your typical area. This is off of 4th Street. It's a gated community, and there's only 8 homes on it.
Thank you.
I have a question.
All right. Commissioners, let's continue our discussion. Commissioner?
Mr. Williams? In our packet, and this is the digital packet, it's page 27, and it's photos of this property. And it says 409 Ramsey Lane Northwest previously received variance to both 60% permeability as well as 15-foot setback.
My apologies, Commissioner.
That's okay. It's under attachment 2.
Yes, ma'am, I'm with you.
Okay.
Was there a question?
Was there a previous variance?
Yes, ma'am.
On the permeability and the 15-foot setback?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Talia Pietra. So the photo that was provided by the applicant for this, I believe incorrectly lists the address. It's not 409, that's the subject site. But 400 Ramsey Lane Northwest was approved a setback variance, and that's all the detail that was given in the notice of decision. But it was approved back in 2005.
2005, okay.
And the standards that were in effect at that time are identical to the standards that are in effect now, that a 15-foot rear yard setback is required.
This was mentioned that this was annexed. When was this annexed, or do you know?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could certainly research that. I do believe, if memory serves, in looking at the swimming pool plans when that was done, that they're not non-conforming to the standard, so that they were annexed in and are subject to these regulations. I believe development occurred after the property was in the village, is what I'm trying to say.
So when this house was purchased by the owner in 2012, it was in the village, and all of these rules apply.
Madam Chair, Commissioner provided, I'm assuming it was, I don't know if it was purchased in 2012, but the rules as they currently exist would have been in place at that time.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to direct this question to both Mr. Chappell and Mr. Williams. Please correct me if I am wrong. It is my understanding that when a property is annexed in to the village, it's annexed in with whatever the property exists on that piece of property. And so the village doesn't suddenly overlay its own ordinances and say, wait a minute, you're out on X, Y, and Z, and you have to tear those out. What it normally says is, okay, you've come into the village. Yes, you may be out of our ordinance, and you're okay as long as you don't come in with any kind of changes. Once you open that window for a change, then the village has the opportunity to say, yes, you know, this part is granted, you can do that, or no, you're so far out already, or I don't know how to explain. You know where I'm going with this, right?
Madam Chair, I believe I know where you're going.
Yeah.
Correct me if I say something that is not understood, or, so yes, the general process is when the village goes through an annexation, so they're taking land that's outside the village and incorporating or bringing it into the village. There could be a situation where there's existing development, houses, sheds, barns, uses could be taking place, that when the property or properties come into the village, we annex them, and the second thing we do when that occurs is we put a zoning designation on those properties or property that is coming into the village. And theoretically, it could be possible that someone doesn't meet their rear yard setback when we bring their property that was previously developed, followed all the rules of the county, when we bring that into the village, they're granted what's called non-conformance status. So what's existing doesn't meet the code of the village, the current standards of the village, but the property owner has a right to keep and maintain that for as long as they wish. That changes when a property owner opts to make changes to their property. So they want to build a new barn, or they want to build a guest house or something. And at that point, that particular aspect of their property or that particular project or proposal has to come in and meet current standards. So we could have a situation, we've seen this, where there was a house that was built, I think it was in the 30s. It was really close to the side property line. The property owner wanted to bump it out a little bit. They needed a variance because even though the existing house could remain where it was, the new addition to that house was going to be closer than the code would allow. Does that help?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. You said it much more eloquently than I fumbled over. So, Commissioner Baldwin.
So I wanted to follow up on why I made the motion I did. And I want to acknowledge, absolutely, legally nonconformance is a challenge all over the village as annexation occurred. And folks are coming into the village hoping to be a part of the village and the village standards. That said, I think all of us have had tons of conversation and concerns about, are there elements of the zoning code, like setbacks, that maybe need a look-see? That is down the road. Today, we have in front of us a pretty clear set of standards and ordinances, and that's what we have to apply against the variances that come before us. And so I absolutely appreciate, I do appreciate that when you purchase a property that is what it is and it's not conforming, that it puts you in a little bit of a lot of a bind to do anything else.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, we'll take it to a roll call vote.
Point of order.
Yes.
Voting for this votes
denial.
against building.
Yes.
To deny.
Just
deny.
clarification.
The motion is to deny. So we're asking who is in support of the motion to deny?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Barrow,
Yes.
Commissioner Edward,
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez,
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Tagliapetra,
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood,
Yes.
Commissioner Homan, yes. The motion carries unanimously. Unfortunately, your motion, the variance has been denied for the 2405. We will now hear the second piece, which is the variance 2406. It's a request by Lisa Day for a variance for 6 feet to the required 15-foot rear yard setback distance for the property located at 409 Ramsey Lane Northwest, legally described as Lot 6, Tract B, Valladale Norte subdivision, MRGCD map number 24, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, and zoned R3 residential. The subject site contains approximately 0.333 acres, more or less. We were previously given a description by Mr. Williams. But first of all, is there any commissioners that are going to recuse themselves from this portion of the variance? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Williams, is there anything you would like to add to your previous description?
Madam Chair, thank you. No, ma'am. Nothing to add.
Okay. The applicant, if you would like to speak on the rear yard setback issue. Okay. Okay. Is there anyone from the public that is wishing to speak on that? I had no one sign up. Okay, seeing and hearing none. Okay, commissioners, we are up to any questions you have of Mr. Williams, Mr. Chappell, or the applicant. Seeing and hearing none. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'll move that we deny application V 2406, a request for variance of 6 feet to the required 15-foot rear yard setback distance as enumerated in section 9.2.11 E2A of the comprehensive zoning code to allow a swimming pool to be placed at just 9 feet from the rear line of the property.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioners Barrow and Baldwin. Is there any discussion among the commissioners? Seeing and hearing none, this is a roll call vote. Commissioner Barrow?
Yes.
Once again, this is to deny.
Pardon me?
Once again, this is to deny the application.
I vote yes to deny.
Thank you. Commissioner Edward?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tagliapetra?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
And Commissioner Homan, yes. It is unanimous. Very sorry, but your motion, your variance request has been denied. You can contact or have your sister contact Mr. Williams here at Village Hall for further actions if you wish to continue. Thank you. Let the record show that the public hearings for V 24-05 and 06, a request by Lisa Day for the variance, for the two variances for the property at 409 Ramsey Lane Northwest, have been formally closed. We'll continue with variance 2407. Thank you. Do we need to take a quick 5-minute break? Yes, okay. 5-minute break.
Okay.
Everybody, let's go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Commissioners, go ahead and turn your microphones back on. Let's get started. Okay, let's move on to the next item. Oh, we're back on at 7:07. All right, so we're on to the next variance request, which is a request by Gerald Kelly and Renee Rogers for a variance of 7 feet to the required 10-foot side yard setback distance for the property located at 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe Drive Northwest, zoned SU1 for residential development, and legally described as Lot 16 subdivision of Los Prados de Guadalupe within the Elena Gallegos Grant, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The subject site contains approximately 3.299 acres, more or less. Are there any commissioners that are going to recuse themselves for this item? Seeing and hearing none. Mr. Williams, may we have a planning report?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Similar to our previous requests, V2407 and V2408 apply or pertain to the same piece of property. Two different standards, but to the same piece of property. At the Commission's discretion, I can present this as one item. Okay, good.
Please.
Thank you. As Madam Chair described, this is the first request, V2407, pertains to property located at 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe Northwest. The applicant for, the property owner for this particular matter is the applicant is proposing to place a 70 square foot tough shed in the west side yard of the property. The property is zoned SU1, but when it was originally developed in the late 1990s, it went through the village subdivision and site plan approval process. They established within the Los Prados subdivision their own setbacks. Specifically, there's a 20-foot front yard setback, there's a 15-foot rear yard setback, and there is a 10-foot side yard setback. After this entire neighborhood was developed, and it appears that occurred in the late 1998 through 1999 and probably into the early 2000s. Those setback standards governed development in the property. In January of 2015, the Board of Trustees adopted ordinance number 249. And in a nutshell, those are the current standards that are listed within the current zoning code. Specifically, I want to bring to your attention that the setback standards that are outlined in section 9.2.16, which is the special use zone, refer back to the A1 zone for setbacks. And if you'll remember, A1 is 25 in the front and in the rear, and 15 on the sides. Because this development was established under a special use zone, we refer back to those standards that apply when it was developed in the late 90s. Okay. As I mentioned, the property owner is proposing to place a storage shed right next to the house, which is currently at 10 feet from his west side property line. The result will be there will be just a 3-foot setback on the west side of the house. The second variance request that pertains to this property, which came up during review of, I believe it was review of the variance of 2407, staff determined that the floor area ratio, or the density limitation that's established in all zones, was exceeded by 2,435.7 feet, meaning that the existing development on the property exceeds, or there's too much building in order to meet the limitation on the particular piece of property. The existing development is approximately 5,526 square feet, and adding the storage shed, the 70 square foot storage shed to the property exceeds the 3,160.3 feet that is allowed. So 3,160 feet is allowed. Currently, there's a 5,500 square foot home, and then we're adding or proposing to add a 70 square foot storage shed. So a variance to that standard is also required. The applicant argues that the property it's appropriate for a variance because the subject site is irregular and unusually narrow in shape. Staff has reviewed that, again, understands the proposal and the applicant's desire to have the storage shed, but has concluded that it doesn't meet the criteria for approval. While the property may be somewhat different in size and shape to other lots that are immediately adjacent to it, it's also similar in size and shape to other lots that are within the subdivision. Additionally, staff is not seeing the unnecessary hardship being demonstrated here, that how reasonable use of the property cannot take place if the variance is not granted. There is existing development on the property that in and of itself demonstrates reasonable use of the lot. On page 4 of your staff report for V2407, and on page 8 of your staff report for V2408, staff lists its findings with a recommendation of denial for both of these matters. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Williams? Commissioner Tegla-Petra?
Mr. Williams, I do need clarification, please, just so I am actually hearing this correctly. So the house right now is 5,526 square feet?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, correct.
So how is that house ever built if the allowed size is 3,160?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's an excellent question.
Okay.
I wonder that myself. I mean, we are able to, staff is able to confirm that permits were pulled, development, it appears, occurred in accordance with village standards, but how we exceeded the floor area ratio, I don't know.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner
I do.
Edward?
So I might make you repeat yourself here, but so there was a request for a permit with building plans, designs, and drawings done?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, for this particular piece of property,
Yeah, because it appears as though that there was originally, I would guess, something in the neighborhood of 2,400 square feet, and then there was an addition.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, to answer your question, a permit was pulled. The details of that permit, I don't have in front of me. I don't recall, but we did confirm, staff did confirm that a permit was pulled.
Can a permit be pulled with the county and not with the village?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Edward, not for a house. There are certain things that the village doesn't require a permit for, but a house would not be one of those projects where the county would only be permitting something without the village's knowledge or involvement.
And when you talk about a house, are you talking about new construction, or are you talking addition, remodeling?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, all of that, all of the above, requires both a village and a county permit.
And is there a FAR worksheet in the file?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, in the file for the variance or the file for an application for a building permit?
To do the construction to push them up to this 5,500 square feet?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know. I don't know how long the village has been using the current worksheet, which kind of helps explain to folks what the FAR is and how to calculate that.
So it's my understanding from living in the area and riding my bike by this house that this work was done around 2021?
Madam
It's in
Chair,
the
Commissioner,
marketing
I'm not,
material that was used to sell the property.
I'm sorry?
If you look on the internet, you'll see that they said that the property was constructed in 2021. I assume that that would be the addition remodel. And we did have the FAR calculations predating that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know about information on the internet, but the FAR calculation, the FAR requirement, I believe was in existence in 2021.
If I may state, I mean, it would be interesting to find out how it got to this point. However, that is not the issue that's before us. The issue before us is in regard to this 70 square foot shed and its placement on the property.
No, not the second item.
That's a second, well. So, but we're talking about the first, well, okay, you're right.
We're
because we did
packaging them.
ask-
We just said that we was going to package them together.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I mean, if it's easier for discussion purposes, we certainly can separate these. But I'm not understanding your statement or your question.
Repeat, if you would, please.
You interrupted my thought. I can't think
I'm
of it
sorry.
now.
Point of order, question.
Are you on?
Sorry. Point of order, question. If we have the property owner here, perhaps these questions could be better sent to the property owner.
Yeah, we can engage you a little bit later.
Okay. So if there's nothing else right now directly, it looks like Mr. Chappell is wanting to say something.
Yes, Chairman Holman, as a point of order in a quasi-judicial hearing, which this is, decisions must be made on what's in the record and what the testimony is. Commissioners should not do outside investigations, and if they do, that's not admissible in this process.
Right.
So this is like a courtroom. Only what's does here is goes into the decision-making.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the applicant present? If you will approach the podium, please give your name, address, and then a brief description of what you're doing and why you're asking.
Sure. My name is Kelly Rogers. Thanks for having me. 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe. We purchased this home in July of this past year and moved in August. One of the deficiencies was a place for me. I'm born and raised in West Texas, farm boy. I love working in the yard, working in the garden, so I have a lot of lawn tools. The house we moved from, I had a shed to store all that equipment in. When we started to move in, we went to Tough Shed, and Tough Shed's one that started us on this journey. They said, you need to get a permit, so on and so forth. So we started down that path. We first submitted the request to the HOA. The HOA reviewed what I wanted to do relative to the shed and approved that. Then we started down the permitting path, and that's where I got into the variance on the offset. I knew that was an issue. The FAR issue came up subsequent after we turned in the permit and the first variance request that said that came to light. I don't know if you want me to tell my story or answer some of those questions you want me to just keep going? I just want a shed. That's all I'm asking for. I want a 70-foot shed. On that side of the house, I think there was a picture in there on the overhead. There was a pad and a hot tub there. So the hot tub went all the way to that fence. So there was no ingress and egress into that. There's really no use on that side yard other than it had that hot tub. Well, I'm not a hot tub guy. I'd rather have a shed, so I hauled the hot tub out. And what the size shed that I want, the 70 square foot shed, created 3 foot for ingress and egress is what I want to do. So that's the bottom line on why I want the shed. All my stuff is sitting outside right now, and I hate seeing my hardware rust, and I just want to put it in.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrow?
Will a smaller shed do it
That's,
and still meet the qualifications here?
I wanted a bigger one than that, so I'm already at the compromise, because this is about half the size of what I had. So I tried to get there, and I tried to accommodate ingress, egress there. Directly across my fence, right across my fence, exactly opposite where I want to place mine, my neighbor has one too, and he's within 4 foot of the fence, so I'm only 1 foot difference between what he has and what I have. And it's the most obvious place on the property to put that. All other places, there's offset requirements in the way that lot is shaped. Very, very wide on the frontage. So a lot of my square footage is eaten up by that, and not to mention the offset. And on the right side, there's an entrance to a casita. Back to John's question, on that remodel, the casita is what is added. There's a little living space, a little bedroom, a bathroom when they did that remodel. And we do have the permit that was conveyed to us, the permit for when that work occurred, but it was done in 2021 to 2023. So that side is really the only place, the logical place that I could put a shed, and it's out of the way, and it's, out of sight of the street, and it's still convenient for me to store my equipment.
Have you thought about placing it somewhere else, like on the back side of the house? I mean, you've got some space back there. It may not be where you really, really want it,
Yeah,
but there are places that you could place it without undergoing a
That's
variance.
yes, we considered that, but that's pretty much primarily our entertainment space. We have dogs, and I want to keep that separate, the hardware, the yard equipment away from them. Because there's a gate, right there on that side yard where it meets to the larger backyard, there's this gate there. So I can keep the dogs out of where my equipment is. But it's really an eyesore aesthetically if you were to place it anywhere else in the backyard.
Some of the reasons that we have setbacks are safety issues, fire jumping from one building to another, and being in such close proximity between the two houses. Also, allowing enough room between fence lines and houses for our emergency, whether it's, an ambulance gurney going through, or our firefighters having to run with hoses around the back of your home. That's another reason that they really need to keep those spaces open, and oftentimes there's utility easements as well. So it's not just willy-nilly that the village is wanting some arbitrary number. So,
No, I totally get it. On that side yard, the front is a solid wall, so there's no ingress egress from the front, and really there's 3 windows on that side, and they're high up and they're narrow windows. So police and emergency response are not, and if you go right around that corner, there's a 20-foot, 10-foot windows with double sliders. If we need to get out or somebody needs to get in, they're not going to go to that side of the house. It will be in the backside. So I understand the fire and appreciate the fire portion of it, absolutely. But like I said, from all perspectives, this was the most logical place to put the shed.
Commissioners, any other questions? Is there anyone wanting to speak in favor of this proposal?
I do.
Anyone wanting to speak against? Okay. Is there a motion?
Can I go one clarification question?
Certainly.
That permit, was it from the Bernalillo County or the Village of Los Ranchos?
Village, and it's relative to your part about the square footage. This is a 2-story house. And so the second floor originally, before remodel, had 2 bedrooms and a bath and a sitting area. And what was added in the big remodel that he did was the casita. We call it the casita, but it's a living space, a small bed. It's really not a bedroom. You can put a double bed in there, that's it. And it's just a pass-through hallway that connects all of those spaces. But that was the addition part, and it's over if you drive through there and you look at the garage, it's what's above the garage, basically. Because there used to be an indoor swimming pool in that house prior to this remodel. That was what was filled in and made to like utility room or whatever.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, are there any questions of our director or Mr. Chappell, or do I have a motion from someone?
No, I'd like just a quick comment. This appears to be, I've had occasion to go in that area before. We have friends over there. And it appears to be the cluster housing type of development with a lot of open space and small lots. We had talked to the previous planning and zoning director about approaching revamping all of our rules to take into account some of these more modern methods of building. And I think that cluster housing is one of those that needs consideration. I know it's not in front of us now, therefore, if I can, let me get my glasses on so I can see. I move we deny V2407, a request for variance of 7 feet to the required 10-foot side yard setback distance to allow accessory structure 74-foot shed to be placed at just 3 feet from the west side lot line for property zoned SU1 for residential development, Guadalupe Trail character area with the following. That's it. Thank you.
So you are including the findings that the staff submitted?
No, I'm just, I'm denying
Yes.
Yes.
this
But based on-
V2407, and I'm not putting in V2408 at this time. We haven't really talked about V2408.
Point of clarification?
Please.
So the motion is to deny V2407.
Yes.
As you said, and including the following findings, the staff findings have to be included in the
Yes,
motion.
yes.
Okay. In that case, I will second.
Okay. So just to verify, your motion is to deny with the staff's findings. And it has been moved and seconded by Varro and Baldwin. Is there further discussion among the commissioners? Commissioner Baldwin?
I just, again, we keep coming back to things that we keep seeing and we know are issues. And I, for one, cannot wait until we can get back to our work group discussions around what is the appropriate setback for the different situations that do occur in the village and sort of true things up so we have fewer non-conforming, fewer heartache and fewer variance requests, obviously bearing in mind life safety. We can't ignore that as we move forward, but we have to deal, as I said before, with the zoning we have, not the zoning we want. And so until such time as we can participate in the zoning we want.
And it does make it difficult when you are a village that has acquired additional properties through annexation, through different time elements that fell under different rules from the county or I don't think we've ever, any of these properties that we're acquiring have ever been under another jurisdiction. So it's really just been county, and in some instances, the county was oblivious way back when. Perhaps it was before they actually had coding and zoning. So yes, it's going to continue to be a challenge. So with that in mind, we've got a motion before us to deny this variance. It's a roll call vote. Pardon me. Commissioner Barrow?
Yes.
Commissioner Edward?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tagliapetra?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
Commissioner Homan, yes. Excuse me. The motion carries unanimously. I'm sorry, but that variance was denied. Let the record show that the public hearing on item V 2407, Gerald Kelly and Renee Rogers for a variance of 7 feet to the required 10-foot yard setback distance for the property located at 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe Drive Northwest, zoned SU1 for residential development and legally described as Lot 16 subdivision of Los Prados de Guadalupe with the Elena Gallegos grant, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The subject site contains 3.299 acres more or less, is formally closed. We'll move on to variance 2408. This is a similar request by both Gerald Kelly and Renee Rogers for a variance of 2,435.7 square feet to the floor area ratio limitation for the property located at 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe Drive Northwest, zoned SU1 for residential development, and legally described as Lot 16 subdivision of Los Prados de Guadalupe within the Elena Gallegos grant, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The subject site contains approximately 0.3299 acres more or less. Are there any commissioners who will recuse themselves from this variance? Seeing and hearing none. Mr. Williams, do you have anything to add?
Madam Chair, no, ma'am. Just to recap, this is the FAR, or the floor area ratio variance that's associated with the previous matter that you just heard. We'll stand for any questions.
Commissioners, are there any questions regarding the FAR on this particular application? Hearing and seeing, oh, do you have something, Mr. Edward?
Yeah, is there anything in the file for when they receive their permit that would round out our documentation in our file that we're reviewing tonight?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Edward, is there anything in their application that would round out?
Excuse me. Supposedly this went in front of the village. There's probably some sort of a file here granting the permit. Is there anything in that file that would help round out and allow us to better assess what's happening?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Edward, you're talking about the building permit or permits possibly associated with the house again?
Permits, plans, drawings.
I'm not aware of anything the village would have that would relinquish or somehow waive the floor area ratio requirement. Again, I can verify that permits of some sort were pulled at different times. As you can imagine, moving from paper-driven report file keeping to electronic, sometimes things are lost. Sometimes permits are approved in error. Sometimes people undertake work and don't get permits. I'm not saying that that's the case in this situation, but there are any number of reasons why development may be on a particular piece of property. As it relates to this particular request, they're not meeting the applicable standard. And therefore, the need for, or the request for the variance to deviate from that particular requirement.
Okay.
If that helps. Okay.
Perhaps the applicant can shed some light.
So there's a section.
If you will state your name and address and all of that all over again.
Okay,
I'm sorry
no
for the
problem.
repetition.
Kelly Rogers, 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe. There is a section in there, it's talking about floor area ratio application in subdivisions with some substandard lot area. It talks about special use zoning, the SU1 in particular. That's the second line in this. But the planning director shall consider application for building permits consistent with other houses in development without, I'm leaving some out, without applying the floor area ratio. So it may be that paragraph where that was, this is obviously before my time before on the house, but that may be how that wasn't accounted for.
Mr. Williams, what is the percentage of available surface? I mean, obviously, we've got the limitation of 60%, but what is this? What is it currently at?
Madam Chair, similar but different regulation. The last, or the previous property, one of the variances was about permeable surface. This particular one relates to the floor area ratio.
Sorry, yes.
But in a nutshell, it's about,
Same.
the village code, I believe, limits development on just about all properties to about 20% in order to be compliant with the density limitations. Now, I think, well, certainly, let me offer this. You can look at the aerial photograph and it just visually appears that there's other development, not only on this property, but there's other development in the area that exceeds that. Again, to my response to Commissioner Edward, I don't know how that happened. But again, I believe Commissioner Baldwin made this statement. The rules that are in place now limit the floor area ratio, and it doesn't appear, we don't have any evidence that that's non-conforming to the particular standard, so they have a legal right. It looks like it was just developed that way, and I know it's not a good answer, but I don't know how it got that way.
And we're not asking them to tear anything that's already existing out. So we're looking
Excellent
at
point,
additions.
Madam Chair. We are not asking anybody to tear anything down. We're simply saying these are the standards that are in effect at this time in order to get a 70 square foot shed on the property, you have to successfully argue to get a variance to the applicable standard.
Yes.
And it's, if you go through the neighborhood, I don't have measurements obviously on all these lots and these houses, but I don't think I'm anywhere close to the highest ratio of FAR in that area. I've got more lawn, excuse me, more lawn than the majority of those houses in that subdivision. There are some that have some backyards that are much bigger than mine, our yard, but relative to lawn, I don't think I'm that high.
Are there any questions of the applicant?
I do.
Mr. Edwards?
So I don't know the steps that you took to go through this to bring you to where you are tonight, but to the extent that you're a member of this neighborhood association, which is very specific to its own little planned unit development there. Did the aspect of this exceeding the FAR come up in any HOA meetings? Was there a discussion, telephone calls made, hey, you know, what is yours? And
Not at all.
how'd you get to where you're at? And
So the HOA process was basically, to me, it aimed more at aesthetics. I provided overhead pictures, provided the plan, the building plan for the shed and where it would be placed. And I got basically no additional follow-on questions when I provided that information.
And this is number 8?
Yes.
VO. When this came up at all, did it, you know, you're like, whoa, I just bought this house. And,
This? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's been a journey. I'm not throwing rocks at anybody, but my first trip to the office, I was told, oh, it's under 120 square foot. You don't have to have a permit. So I went off and started down that path. Then I got called and told, oh, you need a permit. So then I filled out the permit and submitted that. And once the permit was turned in, they said, oh, you need a variance. And I started in August.
Oh, gosh.
And I'm just now getting here to ask for the variance, you know, so it's been quite the journey. And I know this is tough, and the village is unique, and that's why we love it, but it's challenging.
So what about the journey when you found out, oh my God, we're in violation of this FAR?
I'm not concerned. That was the state of the house when I bought the house, and I bought it with clear title, and then I was conveyed the permit when I bought the house. I got plans and permits for that, so that really didn't concern. It was interesting, no doubt, but it's, you know, the section of the code that deals with both permeable and FAR, to be quite honest, is quite confusing, trying to unravel those two. So that was a little bit of a challenge. But finally got wrapped my head around what they were asking for on the FAR. Didn't look so much at the permeable, but that's in those same areas of the code, so I read that as well. But the FAR, I understand what part of what the objective is. You you know, you want the footprint on the existing space to be somewhat controlled, either on the bottom end or top end. You want a spectrum of building size. But I'm looking at my house at 5,000 square foot or whatever it is, and I'm talking 70 square feet, and that's not too unreasonable. That was my thought process in my journey, to answer your question.
Right. Do you know, in the HOA, did they vote when this house was expanded?
I have no idea. Yeah. I would assume they did, because all the neighbors that I've talked to since we bought that house, you know, they knew their previous owner, Chris. They talked about the project and them going through the project, and nothing was ever conveyed to say, you know, he broke the rules or didn't follow process or do the right thing. So I'm assuming he did.
Was there anything as far as the number of votes for or against it?
No, I do not know. And there's like, I can throw a rock about 9 different directions from my house and hit a lawyer. So I figured they're probably, pretty straightforward on following the rules and regulations.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the applicant?
I do have one more. Is there an architectural control committee that you have to get approval from designs and plans?
There's Architectural Review Committee, that's who I submitted my request through. I do not know I wasn't privy to their review. That's the board, it's kind of like Board of Trustees. They do that review in isolation, for lack of a better term. It's not, as far as I know, it's not a public, but that's the name of its Architecture Review Committee, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry to ask so many questions.
And we've got to realize that the HOAs and their rules are totally separate from the village's ordinances. And although the HOAs can have rules that are more stringent than the village does, the villages cannot enforce an HOA rule, but we can enforce our own ordinances, and that's what we have to do.
Understood. What I found interesting is the paragraph that I was talking about. It calls out Los Prados de Guadalupe specifically. There's 2, let's see, Rincon de los Ranchos, Nico Trail, and Los Ranchos de Guadalupe, where they're talking about the FAR, and it's up to the director to decide whether to apply the FAR or not, depending upon consistent and uniform use of the space. So that's where I thought I was okay seeing that. I made an assumption, of course, but that's where I thought I was okay since I was specifically in that area. And it's called out there.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, Mr. Chappell, are there anything else you would like to add in response to those comments? Okay. We will continue. So any further discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, is there a motion?
I move to deny V 2408 a request for a variance of 2,435.7 square feet to the floor area ratio limitation to allow for existing development and a proposed 70-foot accessory structure storage shed for a property zoned SU-1 for residential development within the Guadalupe Trail character area with the staff findings.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Baldwin and seconded by Commissioner Tagliapetra. Is there any further discussion, Commissioner Baldwin?
I'll be brief. Again, we've had this reoccurring issue of challenges related to the various different areas, zones, buildings, when they came in, when they got built. That said, what is before us today is truly limited by what is in the zoning code today. That said, I really feel for you. I mean, that's not an oopsie. That's like a serious amount of square footage. And I would really urge the village to do whatever they can to like, go through the files and try to true up what's there so that if in fact there was permission on the FAR, that this property is listed as legally non-conforming. Because it really needs to be legally non-conforming. Like, there should never be any sense that they went or prior owners went rogue and built like almost double the size property on this. So I just want that kind of on the record. Sadly, it kind of puts the kibosh on that 70-foot storage shed unless you decide that you can do something like really creative mural and maybe make it sort of more an acceptable part of your backyard. I'm terribly sorry to say that. That said, I am very confident and comfortable that these are the rules of the road and we have to stick with them.
Yeah.
Mural painting. Do something to make it more aesthetically pleasing.
Okay.
But thank you for being generous with your spirit on this. I know it was frustrating. Thank you.
Yes, when we greatly appreciate that too. I would suggest, although we haven't voted yet, but should this board turn you down on your variance, I would suggest you come in and talk to Mr. Williams and see, is there any other things you could possibly do? Put it on an existing patio or something. I just throwing it out there, don't know if that's allowed or what, so. Okay, let's do the vote, please. It's been moved and seconded for denial, and we'll go through the roll call. Commissioner Barrow?
Yes.
Commissioner Edward?
Yes.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Tagliapetra?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
Commissioner Homan? Yes. Motion carries unanimously for denial. Let the record show that the public hearing for item V24-8, a request by Gerald Kelly and Renee Rogers for a variance of 2,435.7 square feet to the floor area FAR ratio limitation for the property located at 809 Los Prados de Guadalupe Drive Northwest, zoned SU1 for residential development, and legally described as Lot 16 subdivision of Los Prados de Guadalupe within the Elena Gallegos Grant, Village of Los Ranchos, Bernalillo County, New Mexico. The subject site contains approximately 0.3299 acres, more or less, is formally closed. Thank you for coming. Okay, now we're going to move on. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is SP 2401. This is a request by Decker Inc., agent for Palindrome Communities, LLC, for a preliminary review for a site development plan for a site known as lots 1 through 12, and lot 14 is described in Exhibit A, lands of the purchase, sale, and development agreement between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Palindrome Communities, LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, signed October 2020. The legal descriptions are further detailed in the trailhead at Chamizal, listing of property legal descriptions and owners. The subject site is a 6-acre portion of the total of 12 acres, deferred from the December 10th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Are there any commissioners who will recuse themselves from this item?
Yes.
And myself as well. And with that, we would ask that Commissioner Baldwin continue the hearing today.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Williams, may we have the planning report, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. As was previously announced, this matter, SP 2401, is a request for preliminary site development plan approval for commercial and residential development in the VC zone, which is located within the 4th Street character area. This is the southeast corner of 4th and Osuna, as was previously described the address and the legal description were all announced correctly. Commissioners, if you'll remember, this matter was deferred from the Planning and Zoning Commission's December 2024 regularly scheduled meeting. This followed the Commission's decision to continue the matter from their November 2024 hearing. During that hearing, there was some discussion that was held during the November meeting that was held, and the Planning Department provided analysis and comment on recommendations that came out of that November hearing that were presented within the December staff report. Specifically, there was a request and analysis performed concerning the landscaping. It was determined that the landscaping that was proposed for the site development plan met the standards of the ordinance. There was a question about the use of residential as a permissive use within the VC zone. It was determined by staff at that time that that was unallowed. Apartments weren't allowed use in the VC zone. And there was questions and analysis about off-street parking. It was determined that, and this is outlined on page 2 of your staff report for this matter, but that the total number of spaces to be provided could be met or could be afforded for tracks 1, 2, and 3 through an alternate parking plan as outlined within the zoning code. Notice for this particular matter has been met. That's also outlined on page 2 of your staff report, and the department is recommending that this matter be approved, that the Planning and Zoning Commission make a recommendation of approval and send it to the Board of Trustees with the findings and the conditions enumerated beginning at the bottom of page 2 and continuing on to page 3 of your staff report. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of Mr. Williams? Okay, is the applicant present? State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Will Gleason, partner and urban planner at Decker Inc., 7601 Jefferson Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Suite 100. And, you know, I was here at the November hearing, and tonight we're not gonna show that same presentation. I think you're all familiar with the case, but we do have presentations by Mr. Glass and Mr. Rael of Rael, Robles, and Anaya. And I will hand the mic over to Weston, or actually to Marcus.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and address, please.
Madam Chair, my name is Marcus Rael, attorney for Palindrome Communities LLC. My address is 500 Marquette Avenue Northwest, Suite 700, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87102. Madam Chair, before I begin, I have some handouts of the presentation we're going to give. I heard you at the last meeting in November about not being able to see and read the handouts correctly. May I approach and give one of these copies to each of the commissioners before I begin?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I begin?
Please.
Before I begin, I'd like to state that we, as you know, have the right to rebuttal of any questions that the staff or the commissioners may raise, and we would like to reserve that right of rebuttal, and we would like to reserve the right to present any additional evidence to help answer those questions, should you have any, so that we can make sure you have all the information you need in order to make an informed decision today. Okay? So I'm going to start out here. Powers and duties of the commission, as well as parking. That's what we're going to deal with first this evening. A municipal zoning commission is bound by applicable regulations when considering a site development plan at a public hearing. The state statute requires that zoning authorities shall provide, by ordinance, the manner in which zoning regulations are established and enforced. The New Mexico Supreme Court has held, in Albuquerque Commons Partnership versus the City of Albuquerque, that the discretion of a planning and zoning commission to deny site plans that comply with existing zoning regulations is limited by the requirement that such decisions must withstand judicial review. The requirement that the Planning and Zoning Commission adhere to the existing zoning regulations ensures that existing zoning regulations are meaningful and are not subject to ad hoc, standardless review and changes. The New Mexico Court of Appeals held in the West Old Town Neighborhood Association versus City of Albuquerque case that the village must follow its own published procedures and cannot ignore or revise its stated policies and procedures for a single decision, regardless of the goal. Further, the New Mexico Supreme Court held in Nesbitt versus City of Albuquerque that failure to comply with its existing zoning regulations can render the decision by a Planning and Zoning Commission void. So what does all that mean? The Village Code of Ordinances, your Code of Ordinances for the Village of Los Ranchos, requires that the Planning and Zoning Commission shall conduct hearings and make decisions as provided under that zoning code. And the Planning and Zoning Commission is required to make a recommendation to the Village Board of Trustees regarding whether Palindrome's site development plan complies with the existing zoning code. And Commissioner Baldwin, Madam Chair, you said it best. It's the zoning regulations we have, not the ones that we want. You said it a couple times earlier tonight. So what does all this mean? You're bound by applicable regulations when considering a site development plan, and you must review Palindrome's application against the zoning code you have, not the zoning code you or the public wishes you have. I'm going to go now to parking to discuss that. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, the minimum requirements in the village code for off-street parking spaces include one space per residence, and that's in section 9.1.14 F3. Because the village intended to cater to pedestrians, the village center zone has minimal parking requirements. The village's RFP envisioned, quote, the preservation of a pedestrian movement, and that's at page 4 of the RFP. The village instructed that, quote, any plan for the center should incorporate a format that favors pedestrian traffic and activity, end quote, and that's at page 8 of the RFP. The village and Palindrome entered into a parking agreement which states that the parking space requirements would be applied across the entire development rather than on a parcel-by-parcel basis. On August 25th, 2022, the village signed and recorded a declaration of easements and covenants which memorializes the cross-site parking easements identified in the alternative parking plan. The declaration is recorded with the county and ensures that the parking easements run with the land, and therefore, any owner of the property is bound by the declaration. On September 9th, 2022, with the project master plan, the village approved Palindrome's alternative parking plan pursuant to section 9.2.18C of the Village Code of Ordinances. The alternate parking plan demonstrated that total parking would be accomplished by a combination of parking spaces across the full development, i.e. parcels 1 through 6. So the project master plan confirms that the total number of required parking spaces for sites 1 through 6 is 422. And in the alternative parking plan, 422 parking spaces are provided, and that includes accessible parking. Additionally, the on-site infrastructure permit approved by the village includes the construction of parking on all 6 parcels, and parcels 1, 2, and 3 require 230 parking spaces to be compliant. The on-site infrastructure permit provides for 388 total parking spaces across those parcels. Thus, the revised recommended conditions of approval are requesting that you require something that has already been approved. The village granted an easement for cross-site parking arrangements that runs with the land. The alternate parking plan was approved in the village project master plan, and the on-site infrastructure permit provides for implementation of this alternate parking plan. The village and Palindrome and the Friends of Los Ranchos entered into a settlement agreement which provides that all prior approvals shall remain in effect and no further action by Palindrome is required to act according to such approvals. Now, I was discussing this earlier with your attorney. It does state in there that those prior approvals don't require the Village of Los Ranchos to approve either this site development plan or the plat. But it does state further on down, and I read this at the last time I was here at the hearing, that the village and Palindrome would cooperate and work together in good faith to make any changes necessary to make sure that we are make any changes to the site development plan that the village staff wanted or required, and also the Planning and Zoning Commission. And as you heard your interim Planning and Zoning Director say today, he's recommending approval of this preliminary site development plan with some findings and conditions. The village previously approved the project master plan, including that alternate parking plan, and that incorporates parking requirements across the entire development rather than limiting compliance within just sites 1, 2, and 3. And contrary to the prior approval, the village is currently ignoring the approved and codified parking plan. And this conflicts with the village ordinances, with the approvals, the master plan, and the settlement agreement. If you take a look at this next slide here, you'll see that the total parking spaces to be constructed are 427. And I'd like to point out that when we made this and we talked about it last time at the last presentation, we had 388 spaces under construction, and I can now report that those spaces are constructed and they have been completed, and so they are done. So in conclusion, on behalf of Palindrome, we'd like to thank you for your time and consideration of this preliminary site development plan, and as well your future consideration here in a few minutes of our preliminary plat. And as all of the applicable zoning code requirements are met, we respectfully request that you recommend to the Board of Trustees that the preliminary site development plan and the preliminary plat be approved in full, subject to the conditions that your interim planning and zoning director has put into place. And I stand for any questions that you may have at this time.
Commissioners, are there questions? Seeing none, next presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Weston Glass, 412 Northwest 5th, Portland, Oregon. It's Palindrome's offices. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. With your permission, I would like to hand you paper copies of a couple of the items that are in tonight's meeting packet. This is not new evidence, but these are some elements of that meeting packet that I think would be really important for you to hold in your hands on paper and be able to actually look at them. So there's those and these, the master, this, I don't know, there's more copies than you need. Okay.
Please state your, oh, you already stated your name and address. Thank you. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. So y'all have seen my face up here quite a bit recently. I think it would be helpful to just remember why we are here tonight. The court ordered that 2 approvals were not done correctly per 9.2.25 of the Village Code, and that those approvals did not follow the Open Meetings Act. A separate judge then ordered Palindrome and the village to go back through that approvals process per 9.2.25, going to these public meetings, and that's what we're doing. Those court orders were very narrow and very specific. The approvals of the site development plan and of the plat. Those are the 2 items that were nullified. But those 2 items do not exist in a vacuum. And that I want to make sure that we all understand. Basically, the court told us to rewind, go back to 2022, and do this the right way, right? So let's take a trip in our time machine back to 2022. At the point when Palindrome in 2022 is doing this the right way, submitting our site development plan and our plat to the Planning and Zoning Commission and later to the Board of Trustees, we are submitting those elements, those applications at a point in time when we already have a development agreement with the village, an approved overall project master plan, which was made a requirement of us as part of that development agreement. These infrastructure permits, there's the site, private infrastructure permit, that's everything inside the property lines. Public street paving improvements permit, that's everything outside the property lines. There's a separate one that the Water Authority approved and reviewed. And then there's this document, the Subdivision Improvements Agreement. All of these and the master plan are in the meeting packet materials. The master plan is the other page that you have tonight. It's this. We've submitted this every time we've gone through this process. This master plan was required by the development agreement. We made this master plan, we submitted it to the village. We went back and forth with the administrator and the planning and zoning director at the time on various points that they felt, you know, this doesn't or that doesn't quite meet the zoning code, so we made changes, we revised it. It was a period of many months. Finally, this master plan was approved. So, back in 2022, when we're submitting these things, we have to make those applications comply with all these previous approvals. We can't just come in here with something that's totally different. We have to make our site plan match the already approved master plan. Same thing applies to the plat. So your current planning and zoning director has recommended approval of our site development plan application with conditions. One condition that's in tonight's planning and zoning report is that we produce an alternative parking plan, which is something that's called for in the village code. Our position is that we have that. The master plan I don't know where it went. Anyway, right here on the master plan.
You're right, it is in front of us.
It says alternative parking plan. And if you look at these 7 boxes here, each one of these boxes, I know it's small, but each one lists how many parking spaces are required by the use proposed on that parcel, how many parking spaces are proposed to be on that parcel, and when you add them all up, the whole site meets the requirement for the total site. So when we went in with this, the village said, you don't have enough parking for 1, 2, and 3 on 1, 2, and 3. You need to make sure you build enough parking to meet the requirements of 1, 2, and 3. And that's where these permits came in, the infrastructure permits. The subdivision improvements agreement not only authorizes Palindrome to build all this site work, it obligates us. We had to get a construction bond. We're paying money to a company to ensure that we complete the work that's on these permits. And that work applies to all 6 parcels. It's parking, it's stormwater, it's drive lanes, curbs, gutters. You get the idea. We're obligated to build that stuff. And the reason, among other reasons, one reason is so that the village could make sure that we built all the parking that was necessary for these first 3 parcels at the same time as building those first 3 parcels. Another thing in this subdivision improvements agreement is that it says this agreement shall be executed and recorded, and the applicant, us, shall get a construction bond as a requirement of and before the approval of the plat and the site development plan. It's very clear that this has to be in place before the site development plan is approved and the plat. So again, we have to conform with that. So between that and then later on the plat, which what we've submitted as the plat includes the declaration of easements and covenants. That declaration is recorded with the county. As Mr. Rael said, it obligates ourselves as owners, or I guess Bernalillo County as owner of 1, 2, and 3, the village is owner of 4, 5, and 6, and anyone else, whoever owns those parcels in the future, to comply with the shared parking agreement that's in place and recorded at the county recorder's office. So between the master plan, the infrastructure permits, the declaration of easements and covenants, we believe that there is a shared parking agreement that I don't know how you could get any more formal or more legal than something that's recorded against the land with the recorder. That said, should you all feel that it is important for us to generate another document and call it an alternative parking plan and restate all the things that are in those, we will do that. So if that is a condition of approval, we'll do it. So, sorry, let me just look at my notes really quick. The other thing that I just heard about today was that apparently there's a concern that there's a requirement for an economic development plan for this development, for this site development plan application. And the village code, I think it's 9.2.14, it says an economic development plan may be required. So when you go back to the development agreement. We signed the development agreement with the village. There were some open questions in that development agreement. When you look at the code, you look at the development agreement, there were still some things where we weren't really, it wasn't really clear what we were supposed to do. To answer that, the village wrote this project requirements letter. Now that project requirements letter is signed and notarized by us and by the village, and it explicitly states this shall be made a part of the development agreement. And in that project requirements letter, it clearly states an economic development plan is not required. It was at the discretion of the village whether or not to require that per the village center code. In the event, they chose not to require it. However, if you look at all the things that are required, the way that the village center code describes an economic development plan and all the elements that make that up, those are all, we have provided all of those things, and they are all baked into all these other documents. Mainly, what it talks about is all the stuff that's on the master plan. Setbacks, height, parking, that sort of thing. And then it talks about a justification for the type of development, and there was another document that the village required us to, we contracted with a third party to produce an economic impact analysis. That is a document that I believe Mr. Williams has copies of for you all to review tonight. We didn't include that in the original meeting, in the materials we submitted, because like I said, I didn't know until this afternoon that this was going to be an issue, but that economic impact analysis has been available on the village website for the past couple of years. There's a page on the village website for the project, the Village Center project, with links to a whole bunch of documents, and it's in there, it's one of them. And it talks about the economic impact on the village, you know, increased retail customers, increased gross receipts tax, that kind of thing. It's very detailed, and it's done by people who specialize in doing those types of things. But again, our assertion is we've met the requirements, the intent of the code for this economic development plan. We've produced all the things that are required to fulfill the purpose of that economic development plan. And once again, I'm going to say the same thing about that I said about the parking plan. Should you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, decide that you want us to produce another document that is the economic development plan and put all that information into one place and call it that, we'll do that. That's all that information is in all these documents already. It's a matter of putting it together into a document. We can do that. But I just pray and ask you, please make a decision on this and our other issue on the agenda tonight. We've been here too many times trying to get past this point. If you want to impose conditions of approval, send it on to the Board of Trustees. We will comply with those conditions of approval. One last thing I just wanted to address. There's a member of the public who had a question, Ms. Rael, I believe, I presume no relation to our attorney. How far west does our development extend? 4th Street. 4th Street is the western boundary of the project. There's no chance that it will ever go farther west than 4th Street. So our applications this evening comply with the village code in every respect, and we respectfully request that you recommend to the Board of Trustees that they be approved. Thank you very much for your time. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the commissioners to the applicant? Okay. Commissioner Talley-Patrick.
Hi. Actually, I have a whole lot of questions. What percentage of the micro retail and all the other developments that you've done in Albuquerque are occupied? And I'm talking about the micro retail under apartments.
I don't have that figure, but most of it. The micro retail under apartments, there's the El Vado Place on Central, and there's the Artisan Mix in the Sawmill District. I think there's one other building in the Sawmill District. And last time I visited those, all of those retail spaces were full. However, I'm not on the commercial management team, so I can't say for sure, but it's close to all of them.
Okay. I would like an economic development plan submitted to Brennan, sorry. I'm getting your name all wrong, just like my name. I would like an economic plan submitted to Mr. Williams for us to see. Thank you.
Let me just ask Attorney Chappell, or Mr. Williams, can we get clarification about whether this is or is not being required?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I think what you call cross-examination is permitted. I would just like to ask Mr. Glass some questions. You seem to put a great deal of weight on what you call the project master plan. We can find letters where it says it was conditionally approved. We cannot find anything to say that it was ever finally approved and that the conditions have been met. Can you point us to that? You can make some notes because I have several questions. Also, you said the project master plan was required under the development agreement. What the development agreement says, the developer must submit an illustrative master plan. There are no rights attached to that, but it's just to illustrate what you propose with the project, which ties into 9.1.6C, which talks about an area plan that must be provided in the process of the platting of the property. I would like to see where you find that this master plan that I'm asking about was approved, gave any more authority than just an illustrative master plan to illustrate what you were doing. Next, I would like to call your attention to 9.2.3B, which requires, when it comes to the project area, that an economic development plan must be attached to the application. And I was wondering why that was not attached to your application that you made at this stage. Also, in 9.2JB, for a village center project, the total dwelling units in the project are controlled by the economic development plan. We cannot find where there was ever any approval of the total dwelling units through an economic development plan or any other course. Lastly, just as a point, you're referring to the covenants as a shared parking agreement. The covenants have no description to them. They refer to a recorded plat that has been ruled invalid. So that document you cannot interpret. There's nothing that it refers to. So that's the reason that you need to do another shared parking agreement. Also, when it comes to other approvals that were given without authority, we think that you need to look at those and see how many of them were done, which the court has held the delegation of authority was invalid. It dealt with two different documents, site development plan and the master plan, and the plat, but it also made a blank description that the delegation of authority was invalid. So we'd like to see a response to that in terms of how those are there. Under the settlement agreement, I think Mr. Rael was correct. There is a specific statement that says in this process, the village is not required to rely upon any approvals. And so from the village perspective, not taking a position as to whether this is a good project, a bad project, or whether it should be approved or shouldn't approve, I'm asking these questions so that from the developer's perspective, you follow the process so we do not create opportunities for litigation by the developer, against the developer, or against the village. We would like to have it a final approval that is not subject to a lot of these concerns that are technical concerns under the ordinance. So I would just like for you to address those in some way.
Okay, is there rebuttal or response to these questions by Attorney Chappell.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if you please, I'll do my best to answer Mr. Chappell's long list of questions, and then I'll turn it over to our attorney to fill in the blanks where I can't. Okay, let's see. Conditional approval of the the master plan. We received a letter of conditional approval stating this master plan is approved subject to the following couple of conditions. Small corrections that needed to be made to the master plan. We made those corrections, resubmitted the master plan. That to us was, the village acknowledged receipt of that corrected master plan. That to us constitutes approval. We didn't hear any further conditions. We didn't get any response saying this doesn't meet our conditions of approval. So we don't have a letter with a golden seal and a stamp that says it was approved, but we have a letter saying it's approved with conditions and we met those conditions. So to us, that's a pretty strong indicator that there was an approval. I can't remember the area plan, 9.1.6C area plan, master plan. Could you remind me?
The question was, I'm wondering why you were placing such a stake on the project master plan. Under the development agreement, it is just supposed to be an illustrative master plan to show what you're doing on the property, which is consistent with the area plan. Nowhere in the ordinance or the development agreement does it give any rights to develop in accordance with that illustrative master plan. And I'm just wondering why you are relying upon that for a lot of your argument.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so that is one interpretation of the development agreement. Our interpretation is that required plans, there's a list and this is the project requirements letter that was later made part of the development agreement. There's a list in two different places. The master plan is on that list of required plans. It comes before these, especially right here, plan approval. Plans must be submitted for approval based on the following plan sets. Overall project master plan is first one on the list, then plats, then site plans. To us, that's a pretty clear instruction that you submit the master plan, then you submit these other things. I don't know why we would submit a master plan and then have it approved and then throw it away and start from scratch when we submit the site plan and the replat. It seems to us pretty clear that the intent of this letter was that the master plan would establish all of these elements, and then when we submit the next two applications, the plats and the site development plan, we would refine those and develop them and add detail, but that the intent was pretty clear. We are supposed to comply with the master plan. That was the first thing we were required to submit. The question about the economic development plan, well, I would be better prepared to answer this question if I had heard about it before this afternoon. But what we are relying on is in the Village Center Code, it says an economic development plan may be required. And this letter right here, I'm not going to bother scrolling. On page 5, it says an economic development plan is not required. It states it very clearly. So that's why we didn't do a document that was said the words economic development plan at the top of the page. But as I said before, all the information required by that, as it's defined in 9.2.3b, we provided all of that information. It was all reviewed and approved. The dwelling units, I'd have to pull up the code. When you read 9.1.14, actually I have it here, give me a second.
The applicable provision in that is 9.2.5b, the last provision under the VC project area, as far as determining of dwelling units in the project area.
While he's looking, can I ask you a question?
Excuse me?
Can I ask you a question as he's looking for that item?
Commissioner Edwards, go ahead and ask Attorney Chappell your question. Just be clear who you're asking it of. Thank you.
Is the correspondence by which the instructions provided to the applicant, does the person writing that letter have the authority to grant the things that he is saying that has been granted to him?
We can get in a legal argument, but the court clearly held that the delegation made to the planning director and the village administrator for those matters that were reserved specifically to the commission and to the Board of Trustees was invalid, okay? And so there are some of these things you may argue that those were reserved to the commission and the Board of Trustees, such as the economic development plans as it's approved by the commission and the Board of Trustees. So you get into that. The court did not hold everything invalid, but everything that was there was incorporated into the site development plan, and that's what was held to be invalid. So it's hard to go back and say what led up to the site development plan is valid, but the site development plan is not. So I'm simply asking Palindrome to come forward and show that this project complies with the ordinances rather than simply leaning on something that may or may not be valid because of a delegation. And like saying, and I'm perfectly okay with the project, I'm not attacking it at all. I just want the process to be clean is all I'm concerned about.
So in a black and white world, the answer would be no?
I know you would have to look at it, the opinion and what was done in this letter, and see if it was a delegation of authority that the court held was invalid. And if you look at each one of them, you'd have to determine it on a case-by-case basis.
So black and white collectively probably no?
Commissioner Edward, I would really encourage you to draw your own conclusions based on what Attorney Chappell is saying.
Yeah, many things are already within the jurisdiction of the planning director to make decisions and so forth. It's those that were specifically reserved to the commission and the Board of Trustees that the court said were invalid. And that's the ones we haven't ferreted out.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, may I continue my response? What Mr. Chappell just said really gets to the heart of it and goes back to what I was saying earlier. The court specifically nullified the site development plan and the plat because in 9.2.25, those two elements are both described in detail as going through the process of planning and zoning commissioners, the Board of Trustees, back to this commission, back to the Board of Trustees. Those things are spelled out very clearly, so there's a strong case. We, of course, didn't agree with that case because the village center zone, if you look at the very end, it says, you know, everything except the project area shall go through that process. But the drafters of this code, while that was, to me, clearly their intent, did not follow through enough in putting other places in the code describing what exactly is supposed to happen. So here we are. However, 9.2.25 does not say that about a master plan or an economic development plan or a shared parking plan. It doesn't say in detail that these things must be reviewed by these public bodies. It's silent on those things. So we rely on 9.2.14, the village center zone. Now, let me remind you, the village center project area is our project area. There is village center zone. There are parcels in the village center zone that are not in our project area, but we're in the project area. In this project area, the village will encourage the types of development envisioned and may control development parameters by requiring economic development plans, entering into development agreements, and to the extent the land may be owned or controlled by the village, by filing of covenants and restrictions dealing with development and use of the land in addition to the zoning ordinances. All of those are things the village may do. At the time, the village chose to do some of those things and not to do others. It chose not to require an economic development plan per se, but it did enter into a development agreement and it did file covenants and restrictions. So the master plan to us falls under that paragraph. That paragraph doesn't say the Planning and Zoning Commissioners and the Board of Trustees must vote on the development agreement, although, may I state, the Board of Trustees did vote and approve the development agreement. It was brought before the trustees and they voted to approve it, presumably after having read it and understanding everything that it granted to the project. Anyway, so the Mr. Chappell's question about
There's no dispute that the Board of Trustees approved the development plan. Okay, we're not
development
arguing
agreement.
that.
Are there any other responses you want to make to Attorney Chappell's questions, either you or Attorney Rael?
I think I have 3 more questions of his that I would like to respond to, Madam Chair, if you please. I actually, all 3 of these were really more statements than questions, so I'll do my best to interpret what Mr. Chappell stated, that the covenants don't refer to anything. I don't really know what that means. He is correct that those are part of the plat, which was nullified. That's what we're here to approve. Those covenants are part of our application this evening. The plat application is the plat and that declaration of covenants and easements. So that to us is the shared parking agreement, but it's really not worth arguing over because we're happy to produce a shared parking agreement if that is, if that just belt and suspenders clears everybody's mind, it's fine, we'll do that. Mr. Chappell mentioned something about delegation of authority. I think that actually we kind of already covered that. And when I was talking about 9.2.25 says site development plan and plat have to go through all this public approval process, hence the delegation of authority for those things wasn't okay. But that section doesn't say, and the code in general doesn't say that this public process must be followed for a master plan or a economic development plan or a development agreement. And his final point, that the settlement agreement says that the village is not required by prior approvals. That is, as Mr. Rael stated earlier, I think Mr. Chappell may have not quite stated that accurately in the exact meaning of that sentence, which states that those prior approvals do not obligate the village to approve anything that we're currently applying for. All I'm trying to say is the reason all these things are what they are is because those prior approvals in the settlement agreement were explicitly held up as still valid. So in our eyes, we have to comply with those prior approvals. That's what we believe we're doing. I'll let Mr. Rael fill in anything else if he wants.
Mr. Rael, do you have any additional comments in response?
Thank you, Madam Chair, I do. Number one, the Village Center ordinance is the ordinance which governs this development, not any of the other ordinances. And the Village Center ordinance says that an economic development plan may be required, but it leaves it, unlike what Mr. Chappell said, it leaves it to the discretion of the planning and zoning director, not to the town attorney, not to the planning and zoning board. It leaves it to the discretion of the planning and zoning director. Your planning and zoning director did not require an economic development plan. Now, in trying to be good neighbors, as Weston just said, they're willing to put that together for you. Commissioner Tagliapietra asked for that. We're willing to put that together, but it's not something that's required. It's left up to the discretion of the planning and zoning director. And so I'd like to just make that point. Secondly, I'd like to just make another point. We're getting dangerously into the territory that I was talking about earlier, where this is ad hoc, standardless review, where people are making up the rules and are not following the zoning code and regulations. I would like to ask, as I'm allowed to do, I'd like to cross-examine your planning and zoning director and ask him a few questions, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
You may do so efficiently.
Thank you, I'll be
Thank
very
you.
efficient.
I believe there's some question because Mr. Williams isn't the planning and zoning director, nor is he interim. He is contract staff who is covering in the absence of such persons. So are you looking to make questions about the staff report? Or should you direct your
Sure.
questions to Attorney Chappell?
No, I'll direct those to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, were you sworn in before tonight's hearing?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, did you draft this planning report dated January 6, 2025?
Mr. Rael, I'm sorry, Mr. Rael, yes, certain portions of the planning report were drafted by me.
What portions of the planning report were not drafted by you, sir?
My apologies.
Let me ask it another way, Mr. Williams, to be quick. Did you draft the department's recommendation?
No, sir, that was previously drafted in the supplemental report that was presented in December for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, that was drafted by Mr. Hill?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have any issues with the department's recommendation?
Any issues?
Do you agree with
No, I mean,
Do you agree with the department's recommendation?
I was going to say, I reviewed what he had prepared, compared that to the various materials that had been submitted, and was in agreement with Mr. Hill's conclusions.
Thank you. Did you draft the three findings?
I believe they were previously proposed, but I certainly, if they were already in existence, I did modify or tweak them or wordsmith them.
And in doing so and modifying, tweaking, and wordsmithing them, do you agree that with these findings, and they are your findings and recommendations to this Planning and Zoning Commission?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you draft the recommended conditions of approval?
Similar to the findings, I believe they were already in existence with the materials that had been presented or prepared for December, but if I did work on them, it was to wordsmith it, and I do agree with those recommended conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So to be clear, what's before the Planning and Zoning Commission this evening is simply recommendation of this preliminary site development plan, including subject to the findings and recommended conditions of approval. That's all that's before the board this evening, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'd ask you to take that under advisement. I litigated the case against the village. Mr. Chappell didn't. The judge gave you guys 45 days to get through this approval process. Your ordinance gives you 60 days to get through this approval process. We're at over 100 days. You have a recommendation before you. You have findings and you have recommendations. You understand what your zoning regulations require of you and allow you to do and not to do. All we are asking is that you either agree with the recommendation or you do not agree with the recommendation, and you vote on that recommendation tonight, because you're in violation of the court's order. And we don't want to have to go to court and enforce it. What I'm asking of you is, very simply, if you agree with what was put together by your staff, vote to recommend it. If you don't, vote not to recommend it. Either way, this process needs to move forward to the next step. The judge gave you 45 days to do it, and that was in August. I'm sorry?
One moment, I'm talking,
sorry?
this is,
And that was.
can we get back to appropriate rules of order?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
No, ma'am, unless you have any questions of me.
Are there questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, is that a hand?
We're going to hear
Testimony from the public?
Can we take 1 minute?
Yes, anyone who needs to take a 1-minute break.
5 minutes to get to the bathroom.
All right, 5 minutes. So we're under recess. It is 8:45 PM.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to ask everyone to Return to your seats so we can get started on time. Thank you. You guys ready to go? You in good shape? Pretty good? Are you ready?
Yes, we are. Everybody is.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call back into order the hearing on SP 2401. All right, so I have a list of those who signed up to speak on this item. Please come up to the podium as your name is called. You will have 2 minutes. Everyone will have 2 minutes. So 2 minutes. All right, is Deborah Irving in? Please. Hang on a second, it does not.
Hello? Yeah.
You're good.
Deborah Irving, 8203B Guadalupe Trail Northwest. And I have 3 goals to talk about. I want to talk about salvaging any remnant of a truly viable village center for the whole community. And I feel like this is our last chance to do that. I want to talk about improving the buffer aspect of parcels 4, 5, and 6 for the close neighbors of the project, including those of us who hike or bike on the acequias. And then I want to talk about improving the parking plans for the benefit of the people who are going to be living at the project, the visitors to the businesses, and what about the people in the community who want to go to the village center to do village center activities at that mini stage or community gathering area. How can we work together to increase the accessibility in the parking? And the buffer, we've got to remember that the people that live outside of the project need to have privacy, and they need to not have light pollution and noise pollution. I haven't heard any discussion of that recently. And parking, we've been thinking about the people who live in those apartments without designated parking spots. I'm thinking about parents with a baby or a toddler or someone with physical limitations coming in, looking for a space near their apartment, and ending up far, far away and having to carry all that to their apartment. I'm thinking about people going to the businesses and spending 10 minutes driving around looking for a space and thinking, I'm not coming back here again. This is not worth it. I'm thinking about us wanting to go to a village activity.
The speaker's time has expired.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Marcia Adams.
Marcia Adams, 1008 Acequia Trail. So on May 22nd, 2024, Judge Barella Shepard ordered that all of the decisions of the Board of Trustees regarding the Friends of Los Ranchos and the village and palindrome were invalid and reversed. The village and Palindrome have failed to appeal that opinion. Despite the ruling, Palindrome continued and even now continues construction on that site without the valid zoning approvals required by law. By continuing construction, the village and Palindrome have failed and refused to comply with a ruling by Judge Barella Shepard. The state statutes and village ordinances require that zoning approvals be applied for and approved by the village prior to the commencement of the construction. Palindrome and the village have violated and continue to violate these statutes and ordinances. As residents of the village, we were denied our due process of law by the village's numerous violations of the Open Meetings Act to hear and approve of Palindrome's planned development and to decide if it did fit into our vision for our future. Despite these violations and the opposition, Palindrome continued the project. You know, this has been going on for so long, and it just keeps getting put off when we should have stopped it sooner. So we've heard residents say it's too late to stop the project. That's been the strategy of Palindrome all along, is to keep on building till it gets to be too much to tear down and too big of a financial responsibility. But we have the side of the law.
The speaker's
on
time
this.
has expired.
Thank you. Thank you. Nancy Nangeroni? You may.
You may. Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. So in the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations, they say based on a letter from a former village planning and zoning director, a multifamily residential use is a permissive use. Well, you know, people make mistakes, and mistakes do not take precedence over our laws. And our zoning laws are the governing documents. Now, I don't envy you this decision that you have to make. It's a heavy weight, but I do applaud the manner in which you're approaching it. There's ample legal precedent that apartments in the village center zone are disallowed. And on that sheet there, I give you some of the arguments. There's a quote from the case that Mr. Real quoted, Nesbitt versus City of Albuquerque. Judge said, quote, a reviewing court may not read into the law language which is not there, particularly if it makes sense as written. And then there are a number of court cases that talk about zoning ordinances. If an ordinance does not expressly permit a use, then that use cannot be a permissive use under that ordinance. There is no good argument in favor of ignoring these legal precedents. You are on solid ground to reject this application. And what I would ask you to use as your guide, is this what the village wanted? Did the village want a 3-story apartments, 204 units at the village center, or did we want a community gathering place? It doesn't have to be this way. It's up to you. Thank you.
The speaker's time has expired.
Cindy Sylvester?
Cynthia Sylvester, 333 Willow Road, Northwest. My notes are kind of shot because it seems like there have not been any changes made to this plan, other than talk about now actually bringing into the light this agreement that was made with the village that there is alternative parking. That's what's happened over the course of these last meetings. And so now, you know, well, do you want us to put it in writing? Well, okay, that might be good. But the point that you all have told me in regard to residential development being up against this development, and there not being a wall put up even now, there is nothing in place for that. That nothing was put in this plan for it. No alternative landscaping for the lighting structure that's going to go in. Because you all have told me that you can only discuss 1, 2, and 3. But they're discussing all of it. How is that fair? So yes, there needs to be an alternative parking plan, and yes, it needs to include 4, 5, and 6, and you all need to make a decision about putting up a wall between Willow and this development, because if you don't, then there has to be something in the ordinance that the Village of Los Ranchos has to. Somebody has to do something. We have an easement behind our property with no protection. We are going to have lighting poles, all of this noise, and you guys can't talk about it. Well, they're talking about it. And they need to put it in a plan.
The speaker's time has
and that
expired.
needs to be part of what you all agree on. Thank you.
Gordine McKenzie?
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. I know these are hard decisions, and I appreciate all of your thoughtful questions that you ask. The 9.214 purpose and intent is to promote a more viable commercial center for the village while protecting established neighborhoods abutting 4th and Osuna, which I hope we will remember. Our village center zone ordinance does not allow multifamily housing. Indeed, even smaller landlord-style housing, such as duplexes and triplexes, are prohibited. According to a long-standing New Mexico law, the absence of allowance of multifamily housing or apartment-style housing while allowing for privately owned townhouses is a prohibition. No approvals for multifamily housing for the village center zone can be legally granted under village law. And also, I just wanted to mention, this project was forced on our community and we had no voice in it. The Shepard-Barella decision is the rule of the law. Our communities are left entirely powerless when corporations move in to develop in our communities. And I think it's incumbent in all of us to consider and to speak up for next generations, those that have no voices, which include wildlife and
The
also
speaker's time
nature.
has expired.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is Hank Kelly here? Don't see him, okay? Tom Donlin? Go ahead.
Good evening.
Commissioners, my name is Tom Donnellan. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. I rise to speak of that while the Planning and Zoning Commission's bailiwick is following the ordinances, this is not a developer who's bought the land coming in and developing it. This is a developer that the village hired to build our village center. So we also have, as a village, the right to say that they deliver what we specified for them to build and to design and to bring to the village. Looking at the Metropolitan Redevelopment Plan, which is the requirement from state law to be able to do metropolitan redevelopment, like is what we're doing in redevelopment, that plan talks all about commercial. It has a little bit about residential. Most notably, where it really speaks about it, it says, finally, the space closest to the lateral could be used for a small residential parcel to satisfy the need for housing and mixed use mentioned in the village master plan and the market study for the revitalization plan. We do not have a small parcel of residential in this development. We now have a residential development with a small parcel of commercial in what was supposed to be a commercial development, in what was supposed to be the figurehead, the calling card of the village commercial development. This is the Weston Glass has before you called this an urban project. That is totally against what is in the master plan for our village. It calls for semi-rural and rural development. We were formed as a village to stop urban
The
development.
speaker's time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donlin. Okay, are there any attendees who wish to speak in favor? Any additional? Oh, I was just going to get to, and any others who wish to speak against. So, Mr. Montoya?
David Montoya, 8831 4th Street. I wonder if there is a way, because we are trying to enter in a partnership. We do have a large structure here, and I'm wondering if there's a way that we're looking for 40 spots that need to be in 4, 5, and 6. Why can't we look for a way to not rent 40 units out of the 204 so we can get past at least this stage? And if these are genuinely partners and they're going to fulfill the hopeful obligation of the commercial portion of this job, 4, 5, and 6, that then at that time they can go ahead and rent those other 40. It takes time to rent even 164 units. And also, if you consider that there's a vacancy rate in Albuquerque right now that exceeds 10% in these type of buildings, they're likely not going to be able to rent 20 units ever. And I'm not saying they're not great, they couldn't do it. Maybe they could, but we could get past this one junction with some kind of horse trading like this. Just a suggestion. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Darnell, is there anyone joining us online who wishes to speak in favor or opposition to the application? Okay. So, okay. Please state your name and address.
Stacy Rael, 9724 Stone Street Northwest, 87114. So I've learned a lot coming to this meeting. I learned some contradictions. So there's an ordinance for pedestrians to be above all, and then we have increase traffic, which I don't hear anything about how we are going to make those agree. I also know that Taft is closing, so I don't understand why we have multi-family homes being developed near Taft. I don't understand that. Also, what I'm learning is that there is development that's different from Palindrome, and it is called John Long, and it's just, Palindrome may not be associated with that, but there's still infringement here on what we're doing to Los Ranchos and what you guys have that's special here in this part of the city that there is nowhere else. And we are looking at loss of habitat. We are looking at loss of animal welfare. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to start hearing and seeing more cases of domesticated animals, pets, being attacked by coyotes that are not supposed to be on residential properties or getting pushed out. I live on the west side of town, and this is happening there, and there's nowhere for them to go. Is this what you want? That's all.
Thank you. Would the applicants like to respond to any of the comments?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, I will keep it brief. I think Mr. Rael has some comments.
Thank you.
The one thing that I heard come up a few times was the question about whether multifamily is permissive. This evening's planning report prepared by Mr. Williams, and apparently also the previous one in December prepared by Mr. Hill, both agreed that multifamily is clearly a permissive use in this zone. If, Madam Chair, Commissioners, if any of you have doubts about that, we do have a full PowerPoint presentation that we would be happy to give. So let me know. Be happy to do that.
I believe we did see it at an earlier meeting.
I don't think we've given this one.
Oh, goodness.
There was one. There was one at a previous meeting, but I did not get the impression at that meeting that everyone was convinced. And I recall that meeting ended with a continuance because the commission felt you all didn't have all the information you needed. So apologies for being long-winded and for all this PowerPoint presentations, but we don't want that situation again. We want to make sure you have all the information you need. That's all for now. Thanks. Mr. Rael will have some comments as well.
Mr. Rael, please.
Madam Chair, I will endeavor to be as brief as possible.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I can feel the love in the room, so I'm going to be as quick as I can. I'd like to very quickly clear up some statements that were made that are absolutely false, and you should not listen to them. The Judge Barela Shepard case is not law. The Judge Barela Shepard case was settled at the request of the Friends of Los Ranchos, who approached the Village of Los Ranchos and Palindrome and asked to settle that case in exchange for their attorney's fees. I have that document. You have that document. Your lawyer has that document. That case has been settled. That case is not in effect. That order does not stand. Secondly, a statement was made that
Please.
I have the agreement and the dismissal order if you'd like to see it. Okay. Just for the record, I have the agreement and the dismissal order if you'd like to see it. And Ms. Adams signed that agreement on behalf of Friends of Los Ranchos, if you want to ask her. Or then you signed it. One of you signed it.
Please.
Okay.
All right.
Point is, Madam Chair, that case does not stand. It was settled. And there was a statement made that we did not appeal that decision. We did. We filed a motion for reconsideration. It was never heard by the judge. Why? Because the case was settled prior to that motion being heard. That case is not law of the case. The only law of the case that stands today is the order from Judge Elaine Lujan. And I have the order dismissing the case. If you would like to see it, I would be glad to forward it to you first thing in the morning, or I can probably do it Yes, dismissed with prejudice, which means it can,
Please.
no, which means it cannot be refiled ever again.
Attorney, please focus your comments this direction.
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
To address the comment about the wall, yes, that was brought up, that is one of the conditions of approval in tonight's approval letter, is that a 6-foot wall be built should we put any parking close to that, to Willow Road. And so I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, the landscaping is also addressed, and we have a whole landscaping presentation. If anybody would like to see it, I'm not sure anybody does, but if you do, I'll be very, very quick with both the multifamily housing one and the landscaping one. They're both addressed in the letter. I want to respond to the comments by Mr. Donlin. We were asked to respond, we were approached and asked to respond to an RFP. We were told exactly what to build and exactly how to build it. We were given a project requirements letter that laid out exactly what the village of Los Ranchos wanted and how they wanted it built. And we built it exactly the way your old administration told us to build it. Now, I understand that the new administration doesn't like it anymore. I understand that a lot of people in this room don't like it anymore. The fact of the matter is, we built exactly what we were asked to build, and that is very clear in the record, very, very clear. We were told exactly what to do, exactly how to do it, and that is what we did. And I want to just make sure that you understand that, Madam Chair. Real quickly, Madam Chair, I would like to ask, would you like to see the multifamily housing PowerPoint? It's much more in depth and it answers the questions that I believe you had. The landscaping PowerPoint answers the questions that I believe that you had, Commissioner Haywood. If you want, I can be very, very quick, but if you don't feel they're necessary and you're ready to vote, then I will not consider that. I mean, we're allowed to get all the evidence in. It's a quasi-judicial hearing. But if you're ready to vote and you don't want to hear it, I'll be respectful of that.
I believe that the staff report has been very clear about the permissiveness of residential with the exclusion of specifically qualified types of residential. So multifamily in the staff report and in the zoning code is allowed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
So,
That is
and thank you. Do you have anything else? Again, I want to make sure, I really encourage you not to retread things that have already been discussed.
I have nothing else to add unless you have any questions or any of the commissioners have any questions. For me.
Okay. Attorney Chappell, is there anything?
Mr. Glass has one more thing to add, though.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I apologize for coming back up here. I just was looking through my notes and there was one other thing I felt was important to respond to. Mr. Montoya suggested we leave 40 units vacant and suggested that that this would be in keeping with the occupancy rates across the city. I just want to state for the record, I'm always surprised at how many people don't know this. These 204 apartments are all income restricted, rent restricted. They are affordable housing. Albuquerque has a desperate housing crisis, and the Albuquerque area, I've heard figures of 10,000 plus housing units that are needed. We have overwhelming demand for these units. We have a waiting list longer than the number of units available. Palindrome has done a lot of affordable housing, and those developments are always close to 100% because there is such demand. I know commissioners and Madam Chair that you appreciate this. Commissioner Everett, I appreciated your comments in the City Council meeting the other night in support of affordable housing and that you understand the desperate need. So I don't think we can leave 40 units vacant, especially when there's 188 additional parking spaces available within a dozen yards of the development. So with that, I will let you continue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Attorney Chappell, is there anything essential that you want to add to the mix before I just check and see if there are any other questions from the commissioners?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just want to state that I totally disagree with the statement by Mr. Morale that the Barella-Shepard order is no longer the law of our case. The Palindrome asked that that order be withdrawn. It was refused to be withdrawn, so our interpretation is it is still in effect. The case has been dismissed without an appeal, so that order is still in effect and fully enforceable against us and fully enforceable against Palindrome and against the Friends of Los Ranchos. So I just wanted to say we have a serious legal argument. I've never heard that before.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or questions to the applicant or to the village staff by the commissioners? Okay. So for the purposes of discussion, so we can get to comments and discussion, for the purposes of discussion, is there a motion to forward a recommendation of approval of SP 2401 to the Board of Trustees for the proposed site development plan for the subject tracts with the following revised findings and revised recommended conditions of approval? Findings: this is a request for a preliminary site development approval for commercial and residential development for property zoned Village Center VC and within the 4th Street character area. This request is supported by the 2035 Village Master Plan, Section 9.1, Economic Development Goal Policy C, which states, quote, Village Center, semicolon, ensure the development of a village center at the southeast corner of 4th Street and Osuna, page 93. 3, the preliminary site development plan meets the purpose and intent paragraph of the VC zone as enumerated in section 9.2.14 of the Comprehensive Zoning Code, in that the proposal, quote, establishes a village center surrounding 4th and Osuna Boulevard, Chavez Road intersections in the village of Los Ranchos that promotes a more viable commercial center for the village while protecting the established neighborhoods abutting 4th Street and Osuna, close quote. Additionally, the proposal will provide, quote, a pleasurable destination for village residents to gather and shop, an area that can be utilized for public gatherings such as markets and special events with a mix of complementary uses, comma, and, quote, to support the desired commercial development, the village center zone shall be the highest density residential zoning district in the village of Los Ranchos, close quote. Recommended conditions of approval. 1, prior to hearing with the Board of Trustees on this matter, the applicant shall prepare and submit an alternative parking plan as enumerated in section 9.2.18C of the Comprehensive Zone Code. Specifically, the applicant shall, A, provide a narrative document and illustrative examples with all necessary parking details and specifications, number, location, dimensions of all parking spaces, etc. B, demonstrate how parking will be accommodated through a combination of on-site, off-site, whether public or private, shared, and/or on-street parking. 2, where required, off-street parking spaces for tracks 1 to 3 are provided outside the site development plan but within the project area and placed adjacent to residentially zoned lots along Willow Road. The applicant shall build a 6-foot tall masonry wall to buffer the off-street parking spaces, comma, with appropriate landscaping. 3, the applicant shall restrict vehicular access to the project area from Osuna to emergency vehicles only through balustrades or other appropriate barriers, unless traffic studies show it is inadvisable, in which case traffic to the project area from Osuna shall be right in and right out only. 4, the applicant is required to install and maintain a landscaping barrier on Osuna along the north end of the project area between the travel lane and the sidewalk to create a safer pedestrian environment. The applicant may work with the Village of Los Ranchos to better design Osuna travel lanes to achieve wider landscaping barriers along Osuna. 5, prior to hearing with the Board of Trustees on this matter, The applicant shall prepare and submit an economic development plan for tracks 1 through 3 as required in section 9.2.3 of the zoning code. 6, approval of the final site development plan for the subject tracks is contingent upon future approvals by the Village of Los Ranchos for subdivision plat actions within the area.
So moved.
Second. So, now we're open for discussion. If you will notice, those of you who scoured your report, there are some things that are different, and I want to go over what those differences are and why. The purpose and intent paragraph needs to include the very specific piece about why there is so much density on this site. It is in the purpose and intent of the village center zone. So that's why that piece is added into the findings. The conditions of approval, if you notice in your report, there was a C, demonstrate that approval of an alternative parking plan will not create a nuisance. This is only a requirement under 9.2.18C if a lesser number of parking spaces is in the alternative parking plan, but they are using shared parking to meet the requirements. So that is not inappropriate or a requirement, and therefore, since we are making several things required, it seems like we should not include something that isn't a requirement. The other two, which have to do with the pedestrian environment, and I really appreciate the emphasis about creating a better pedestrian environment. We know that the fourth side is a pretty good pedestrian environment. It's got landscape buffering between the travel lane and the sidewalk. It has additional buffering between that and the building. That is not afforded on Osuna. And there are setbacks which are allowed. And again, the zoning we have versus the zoning we want, they are allowed to do all these things under the zone. It's that there is a better way to get at the pedestrian environment, and we can also create that condition without being out of compliance with the zoning code. So on Osuna, on the north side, you would have the landscaped area, the sidewalk, and then it could be something as simple as structured planters that create that barrier. So there isn't just a rip-roaring truck or car going right by somebody who's walking. I put it the way that I read it. It's specifically because my hope is that Palindrome will work with the village and hopefully with Maria Rinaldi to create a better alignment of those travel lanes to provide more space on the north and on the south side of 4th, to give a better pedestrian environment. The right in, right out, and the emergency entrance only is again to address the concerns that have been expressed around traffic. That said, I am not a traffic engineer, and I'm not going to say this must be so, nor do I think we should say this must be so. This is a recommendation to the board. They will be making the final decisions. What I think is being recommended to the board in this motion is that there are 2 entrances on 4th that will carry the load of the traffic in and out. If you've got a left turn off of Osuna into the project area, that means there has to be a turning queue. That means there has to be plenty of space for that turning queue. That means people may back up or will back up. And if it is only emergency, and that's the case if you remember in the Jim Long project on Guadalupe Trail, it's only emergency vehicles. That entrance to that street is not for regular traffic. Ideally, that would really limit and reduce the amount of congestion and problems on Osuna, which would create better environment for those in the Edgewood area. That said, again, I don't want to create a push here, pull over there, and create a problem for Willow. So if the traffic analysis that exists do not support emergency access only and balustrades, then the right in, right out solves that problem, right? You can only turn into the project making a right. you can only turn out of the project making a right, and therefore you don't have those left-hand turn complications. So that was my thinking.
Madam Chair, a real quick point of order.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I just need a clarification.
Yeah.
The letter that we received from the planning and zoning staff contained 3 conditions, and you read out a letter that contained how many?
Well, what we got in our planning report. Yeah. 3 letters, 3 conditions, and I've got 6, which, but my understanding is B at C.
Yeah, so why were we not given the copy that has 6 conditions? And
Because I created additional ones in asking if there was a motion.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So you're bringing up floor amendments, to be clear, and you're asking if they're going to vote on those?
There's a motion, it is now going to be discussed,
Okay.
and that may or may not be with the final recommendation to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought we were given the wrong copy.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion amongst the commission. Thoughts?
Well, I brought up that landscaping issue 3 meetings ago, so I really like that as a condition, because that was a concern of mine originally. How it's presented, negotiated, I don't know how that would go in a motion for approval, but that was a strong issue that I had earlier. And as a resident in that part of the village, traffic has been a concern for everybody that I've spoken to. So if there's any way to address traffic on Osuna, right in, right out being one of the suggestions, I really like that idea a lot.
Other thoughts? Commissioner Martinez.
I agree with the facts that the judge has a time frame that because we're talking to each other now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we have to recognize that the judge has a time frame that we're getting real close to. And that in that statement that the attorney made, we really need to make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
With the decisions that was made tonight, I think that the appropriate extra 4 that was put on addresses a lot of concerns that we may not be able to do what everybody would like to, but we're doing what the zoning requires, which is the thing that was mentioned on the sets. So I agree with what she's talking about, and in relationship to what you defined, I like what you're talking about with the maneuvering of the sidewalk. I don't know if it's feasible, and I don't know how we can, within ourselves over here, relate to the tree and that, because I think that it's talking exactly what you're doing. It's getting people away from the traffic that is going by and buffering. How we get there, that's the good question. That's a $1 million question that will allow the trustees to vote on, but we or she made some really positive comments. So in the bigger picture of what we're doing tonight, I think that as we progress forward, the appreciation of time with the court systems, the appreciation of following the planning and zoning requirements that were in our planning and zoning rules and regulations, and the additional amendments that were made to this, I think that we are doing the best that we can with what we have in front of us. And I want to give you a compliment that you really thought it out really well. And I appreciate the emphasis that you put on the extra ones. That was my comment.
Other discussion?
So when I look at this plan, and I read the zoning documents governing residential uses and the village center uses, And I was looking on there and it says you can put in like assisted living type facility for multifamily, and you can put in townhouses. I didn't see apartments in there anywhere. And then I thought to myself, well, you know, despite the fact that I'm a licensed real estate broker in the state of New Mexico, maybe my understanding of my occupation is perverted and I don't understand what I do. So I looked up definitions of what a townhouse is and what an apartment is and what a condo is. And apartments do not come anywhere close to the definition of a townhouse. And I look in the plan and I don't see townhouses there any way, shape, form, or size, or matter. And there's even legal definitions that describe what a townhouse is and what a townhouse is not. And somewhere along the lines, assisted living or a senior housing facility and townhouses escaped the agreements, the discussions, or whatever. And as the plan states and shows, it does not meet the intent, and it does not read how the planning documents read. I just cannot vote for something that is so askew and astray from what is clearly defined and spelled out. It's a very simple thing. I mean, it's kind of like saying, is that orange or is that green? They're two colors, but one is not the other. And at that very basic premise, I don't see how I can vote for something that is just does not meet a set of definitions, that is very primal. And to the extent that they would have to modify the project, and they think they probably could, they could combine units. I like Mr. Montoya's idea that you could either not rent them, or maybe you would conjoin them so they would be larger and more meaningful, and maybe pay attention to the needs of young families as opposed to just a single individual living in an apartment. A townhome is a home of permanence for which you can own, and you can't own these. And one of the problems with housing in the city and in the state of New Mexico is that we have a very high population of very transient housing, even when it is an apartment, subsidized rent. We don't have a meaningful base. You take a look at children who have a permanent place to live and somebody owns something, they do better in school than the ones that don't. And I think this just feeds into that. A townhome is something you can own. It comes from the ground and it works its way up, and you can occupy any and all the floors within a townhome, and you can't do this in that you can't do that in this project. It doesn't even come close to it. You guys got smartphones, look up townhouse, look up apartment. It is not the same thing. Absolutely not even close. Even the history behind what a townhome is and what an apartment is not even close. The investor intent of an apartment and a townhouse is not even close. I can't find it anywhere in the plan. I haven't heard anybody from the people who are making an application imply or indicate any way, shape, or form that this is even close to a townhouse. It's been repetitively said over and over and over and over and over again that they're apartments. You guys have kind of dug your own grave. You were so strict on your own thing that you just say these are apartments, but clearly it says townhomes. And townhomes have a very specific definition in the realtor community, in the real estate community, and in the legal community. And it does not meet that definition. The other thing is it doesn't meet the other definition of what is multifamily. And it's specifically senior housing. I can't remember if it's assisted living. I believe it's some form of assisted living. And it goes back to conversations I heard that when people said that this development was going to go in, it was going to help those individuals who were too old to live in the village. They could not live on their 1 acre plot, and they could have a place to live and be taken care of in their old age without having to leave the community. And to the extent that that was possibly the case, I experienced that same thing with my mother. There was not a meaningful assisted living facility in the village of Los Ranchos. You had to travel outside the village. people who are needing assisted living don't drive a car. It makes sense that they might only need one parking space per unit when you don't drive a car. So there's too many conflicting things going on here. And I believe the applicant testified that the intent was originally to have some senior facilities, but they couldn't find financing for that, so they made a unilateral decision to change it to affordable housing because they could find financing that way. And it was at that point that I think you could have reimagined your development in such a way that you wouldn't have to say, oh, we can't tear it down because it'd be too expensive for us. So at the very ground floor of the project, in the planning phases and in your pro forma analyses, it didn't play out, but nobody got told that story. And it doesn't meet the definition of a townhome. And until it gets closer to that, and when you get into the density aspects of what a townhome represents, I don't see how, as written, without some meaningful modifications, and there haven't been any meaningful modifications. And I think it was beautiful how you threw in your changes there, and you thought that there was only 3 changes. You guys have come in here kicking and screaming. I have teenage kids. You guys have been acting like teenage kids, as little as possible, as late as possible. Only if we have to. May, I want to meet you more than halfway, and I want you to meet me more than halfway, and the overlap creates a symbiotic relationship. As neighbors, being a neighbor is like being divorced from somebody, but you still have kids, and you got to find a way to get along. And you got to find a way to get along to the point that those kids are better than yourself. And I don't see that happening here. Everything is after the fact in granting and requesting permission. There is no spirit of oneness. Hey, you know what? Maybe we will just drop 10 units. That's the spirit. Whether it mathematically works or doesn't, this is a sloppily done thing. It was raced through. You guys have wasted more money dragging this out on yourself than coming forth and being proactive and coming forth with a transportation plan and economic development plan. We'll do it if we have to. We'll do it if we have to. Just do it. You would get buy-in from people.
Commissioner Edwards?
And so I need to
I do appreciate this. We are in discussion of the motion, which is a conversation amongst us.
Okay, I'm not going to be muted by you, all right? I understand what I'm saying, and I get the floor. The bottom line is this: basic elements of the basic, most simple definitions of what this can and should be used for have not been met. It is not a townhome, and it's not senior housing. Plain and simple. And it doesn't come close to meeting the housing densities of townhomes anyway. Traditional townhomes in the city of Albuquerque are single-story and 2-story. You go to a really, really big city, it might be 4 or 5 stories. And so to the extent that we're not meeting that, I don't see how we can even begin the discussion whether it has landscaping or not, because the primary use doesn't even meet the primary use.
Thank you. Commissioner Talley-Patriot?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so this is just between us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I feel that this project does not protect the existing neighborhoods at all. All it does is give them more problems with traffic, with noise, with light, with everything. So I think it failed on that side. Also, I don't think it's a viable commercial project. I just don't see how the village is going to get enough gross receipts out of this property to make this heartache worth it, because this is a heartache for our village. It hurts so many in this village. To go back, last June, we met over at Raymond G. Sanchez. We had flip charts full of notes and recommendations. And Chad Reneker sat there and nodded his head to every one of those. Although he never implemented any of the suggestions that we gave him, which leads me to believe that he was never going to implement them to start with. Aesthetics. What's going to prevent these people from making their balconies their next storage unit? With everything that doesn't fit into their apartments is going to be piled onto the balconies, and we have to see this. The lighting fixtures in the plan are not night sky friendly because they are open on the top. 2 minimum wage workers making $12 an hour would not qualify to live in these units, nor would most of our teachers, most of our state government, city government. None of those would even qualify to live in these because of the minimum or the area medium income for Albuquerque. So one person is $36,300, 2 people are $41,520. My husband and I on Social Security would not be allowed to live in one of these, just on Social Security. And then to address the apartments, apartment is not mentioned anywhere in this village code, anywhere in the village center code. And every case law that I have looked at, that if it's silent, it's not allowed. So with that, silence. The village code clearly states that construction cannot commence until a site development plan has been approved. It has already commenced. This requirement is in place to ensure that all necessary evaluations and regulations are satisfied before any building activities start, therefore preventing issues that may arise from unauthorized construction. However, in this case, the project proceeded without the appropriate approvals, and a court of law subsequently deemed the administrative approval illegal. Given these circumstances and the absence of proper approvals, I cannot approve this. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez?
My question, that all of a sudden we have it out tonight, which I wish I would have been at the beginning, for me to, because I'm on the fence right now, and the fence being we needed to do something, it follows the rules and regulations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My question is, Mr. Edwards, how and where are we to be able to define, as you're defining, that this does not follow the rules of an apartment complex? And why does it come out at the end versus as we should have had it way at the beginning? That's, and I'm on the fence, and the only reason I'm on the fence is because we followed everything. So my question is why at the end, or all of a sudden we're talking about that this does not follow the rules and regulations, it's not a townhome, it's not a assisted living, and it does not fall under those. Please help me so that I can make a just decision on it, because I thought that we followed the rules and regulations. And why was it not presented that it was never an apartment complex? Help me understand that so I can make a just decision.
You know, I can't explain the timing of life. It just turned out the way it did. Thinking through and looking at this, and I thought to myself, apartment and townhomes, I think it was the meeting in November, because we didn't have one in December. This aspect of, it came up in the discussion, the difference of the aspects of apartment and townhome. And it was predicated on this aspect of density, because it was 24 units to the acre, I believe. But then I began to think about it, whether, irrespective of the density, townhome also indicates type of use and potential ownership and investment in architecture. And because of the way people have felt violated without an opens meetings, if this was brought to the daylight, it would have been probably caught a lot sooner. It might have been caught 3 years ago, whenever this was going on. 4 years ago, I've lost track of time. Was it 2020? And so to the extent that it could have been caught then in a proper opens meetings, I don't think me bringing it up now should be necessarily a point of being crucified over it. It's a matter of, that's what I read and that's what I saw and I checked it out and that's what I came up with. And it bothers me that something as simple as that wasn't caught long ago.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez? Can I offer some,
Please.
about the village center zone right in front of me.
Okay.
There's a use table. It says residential as qualified below. As qualified below means there are some conditions to the things below. The residential is permissive. All residential is allowed. All residential is allowed, except as qualified below. The qualified below says there are 3 things that are conditional use. In other words, you got to come back in front of us to have this conversation more explicitly. It's not just allowed. Assisted living adult facilities, daycare, and townhouses are required to provide a minimum of 24 units per gross acre. So it's saying those townhouses have to be more robust than just 6 or 8. I agree. There is nothing more powerful than generational wealth building and equity in a home. And not everyone can do it, but sites 4, 5, and 6 included townhomes. That's TBD. Maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't, maybe it'll look differently, but I cannot agree with you more that there needs to be ownership involved in any opportunity for significant housing development. There's got to be a home ownership element. And unfortunately, we're only allowed to look at tracks 1 through 3 right now. In addition, there were 3 categories of residential that were explicitly prohibited. Cannot, no way, no how, not even to think about it. Duplex, garage sales, estate sales, home distribution parties, trunk shows, or other similar activities, and single-family detached. Those are the things that are not allowed, no matter how much you might want it, it's not allowed. So that is why we look at this, and again, that's why I come back to the intent, right here, the intent, in the purpose and intent to support the desired commercial development, the village center zone should be the highest density residential zoning district in the village of Los Ranchos. And the use chart supports that. I'm not saying that if I had the Wayback Machine and could roll this back, that I wouldn't be standing up and having lots of conversation about what would be better zoning, more thought out zoning. The layering effect creates a challenge for everyone. And it's not the zoning that we have. We have this zoning, and it allows 3 stories. It allows very little setbacks. It allows all the stuff that is in front of us. What we're trying to do is make it the best we can for the village, recognizing we're only talking about sites 1 through 3, or tracks 1 through 3. So, with that, I would like to know if we are ready to vote. Okay, then, this is a roll call vote. So, any issues? Okay. Commissioner Edward?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Martinez?
I need to say, before I say it, that I know that I am not going to be in the best of intentions, but what I am going to do is I am going to be basically voting on what they put me on here is to follow the rules and regulations of planning and zoning. And so what I do have to do is say yes.
Okay, Commissioner Talley-Pietra?
And I will say this, I feel in my heart, I'm following code, and it is silent, and I'm saying no.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin? Yes. Commissioner Homan and Commissioner Barrow have recused and will not participate in this vote. With that, it is the motion has passed on a 3-2 vote. Commissioners Edward and Talia Pietra voting no. And with that,
May I just have a question? When you read the motion, it was only with the 3 recommended by staff. How are we adding the others?
yes, the motion, all those were added. That's part of the motion.
All of them were added.
Just wanted clarification.
Yes, it was seconded. I seconded and I'm allowed to.
Gotcha.
Robert's rules, pesky thing. So the motion carries, as I said, 3-2. We have put on the record the dissenting votes. So let the record show that the public hearing on item SP 2401, a request by Decker Inc., agent for Palindrome Communities LLC for a preliminary review for a site development plan for a site known as lots 1 through 12 and lot 14 as described in Exhibit A, lands of purchase, sale, and development agreement between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Palindrome Communities LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, signed October 20th, 2020. October 2020 is formally closed. So, okay. I would like to recess for 2 minutes so I can clear my head for a second. So it is 9:52. We will reconvene in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your help. Thank you very much. And Claire, Joe put you on the zoning committee because he believed in you to protect the semi-rural nature. I hate it too.
Dude, you're wearing a sport coat. I don't think I've ever seen you wear a sport coat before, man.
You got a piece of fuzzy. I got to get the fuzzy off because you're too
Is that
sharp.
is that for a funeral?
Look at you.
What, this one?
Because did you have jeans on?
Sure.
You still have jeans on? Funeral and jeans. That's New Mexico.
Chris, Oh, he went and interviewed for that?
Who's Chris? Oh, the one that was here? That had his.
We said, let's make it more friendly, you know, let's not, you know, and he'd always say, oh, yes.
Where a judge, where?
See, this is right
Here and,
It says that, you know, it says that property.
well, congratulations.
Do you know, See, but she
Do I
said
know
her?
nice density.
I met her a couple times.
24 is
I don't know her that well.
My neighbor does. He had her over to his house. Not that he had a fundraiser for her.
I understand. It's being dreadful.
Say no.
Him.
Oh, well.
It is what it is. I voted my heart.
Do you know that the townhome actually has its history to England?
Probably with row houses.
No, a row house is considered not necessarily always synonymous with that of a townhome.
I would have preferred to see 200 townhomes.
I'm not gonna state, I can't discuss this with you guys right now, it's just not appropriate.
Your brain hurts?
No, it's just not appropriate.
My brain hurts. Although we're not done. We still have,
I mean, you guys are gonna get compliments and we're gonna have a time smashed.
we still have our closing and everything.
I'll leave it like that.
Well, if these guys are, if they're willing to extend it, what do you call it? Somebody,
Yes.
I'm password for that. Can I have it?
each building. Those are like aspirational people I voted what I felt was right.
If I can like just drive on my computer.
And in theory, my interpretation of the one thing is it's a permissible use. Because when I was reading through it, I thought, ammunition to say no.
Should actually, once we turn that on, you're plugged in.
Mine was different.
So, and when I specifically asked the kids last time, is that a permissible use or not? And threw it out and said, it's your interpretation.
Yeah.
So not even they know.
Well,
That's why I use legal definitions.
that's why what?
That's why I use common shared legal definitions.
Well, it's right.
And so I need that and this. Let me see.
Totally fine. Because if we had it better written, we wouldn't be in this debacle till we get how the fuck did that square footage get approved in 2002? That was Tiffany Justice.
That was the exact same time that this was approved.
So, she's doing all this type of shit, but then she just go through, and then.
I think some of these people need to be audited.
Oh, we need.
All right, we need to get everyone who's planning on staying as a part of the hearing to be seated, and those who are done, please take your conversations outside. Thank you.
My property's encroached. Is Mary coming back?
Is Mary coming back?
In which case?
She ran away.
She ran away.
She ran away.
Okay, can everyone who's participating in the next hearing please return to the chambers or please leave?
Need you in or out? In or out? In or out?
Oh, no, this is just the planning and zoning. This is the resolution. Oh, yeah, it's in here. I didn't print out a copy.
So I need to go. Yeah, she's still got me then.
John, have you seen Mary? Have you seen Mary? Is Mary planning on coming back?
Yeah, she's right there talking.
Okay.
Mary.
Commissioner Holman?
You are in my area.
Connie, sorry, wait. Who's
Wait.
chairing?
Sorry.
Wait.
Mary.
Who's chairing from
Mary,
Mary?
he's got an emergency, he's leaving.
Oh, my gosh.
No, he's okay, there's just, his kid saw somebody get killed. So he's gotta go home to his kiddo.
Commissioner Everett is excused from the rest of the hearings.
Go ahead.
Let's get back on. Everybody, put your microphones back on, please. Excuse me, we need to continue with the hearing? Yes. Who's got the,
Your gavel's back in that. Those are the.
do you have? Use that for a second. Just because I don't have it.
Right there.
Gotcha.
That's the sign up for it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so it is now 10:06, we're back on. We're moving on to the next item, but before we start, I do need to announce that Commissioner Edward has had to leave. There's a family emergency that he's having to deal with, so.
Are you supposed to?
So we'll continue. And we wish whatever's going on in that. Yes, please. We'll wish him and his family with whatever they're dealing with to go very safely and heal quickly, whatever it is. So the next item on the agenda is a request. It's S24-01. It's a request by Decker Inc., agent for Palindrome Communities LLC, for a preliminary plat for a site known as Lots 1 through 12, and Lot 14 is described in Exhibit A. Lands of the purchase, sale, and development agreement between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Palindrome Communities LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, signed October 2020. The legal descriptions are further detailed in Trailhead at Chamisal, listing of property, legal descriptions, and owners. The subject site is a 6-acre portion of a total of 12 acres. Once again, I will ask, are there any commissioners who will recuse themselves from this item? I don't know if we, are you going to recuse?
Are you? I think we, on the whole.
Let me put this here. I do not understand that it is necessary that I recuse on this element. It's the whole plat rather than what we were doing. This is by way of question, Attorney Chappell.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Barrow, questions about disqualifying yourself in a situation as to whether or not you believe you have a bias that would keep you from voting without that bias on a particular issue is something that you must decide. It has not been determined by anyone that you are disqualified, and so that's the decision you have to make on your own.
Thank you.
All right, I'm very torn. You know, the whole thing about recusing myself has been on a comment in support of informed Los Ranchos back in the spring. And it had nothing to do with following ordinances or not. It had to do, well, it had everything to do with following the ordinances and nothing truly to do with my own personal viewpoint on this. However, because it has become a legal issue, and Lord knows that's why we are still doing this tonight, the last thing I want is for it to be bounced back because, once again, I'm up here and somebody may perceive that it is biased, although I can swear that it is not. I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself, just for streamlining what could possibly be yet another bump in the road. So I hope everybody will understand that.
Given what my colleague, Chair Holman, just said, I agree with her. It affects me in the same way. I do not think I am biased or will be biased, but I don't want any appearance that I might be to delay this any longer. Thank you.
Okay, just a point. Commissioner, do you want to reappoint me as chair just so we can dot our i's and cross our t's?
So with that recusal of both myself and Commissioner Barrow, I would ask that Commissioner Baldwin please chair the next item.
Thank you. The next item is S2401, a request by Decker Inc., agent for Palindrome Communities LLC, for a preliminary plat for a site known as lots 1 through 12 and lot 14, as described in Exhibit A, lands of the purchase, sale, and development agreement between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Palindrome Communities LLC, and Nevada Limited Liability Company, signed October 2020. The legal descriptions are further detailed in Trailhead at Chamizal, listing of property, legal descriptions, and owners. The subject site is a 6-acre portion of a total of 12 acres. So, Mr. Williams, may we have the planning report?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. This particular matter is related to the previous case. This is a plating action. Just bring to the Commission's attention that this matter came before you back in October as a sketch plat. The village subdivision regulations require that process. It starts as a sketch. It comes back to you as a preliminary plat, which we are at currently, and then eventually it comes back as a final plating action. Thank you, Madam Chair, for reading the proposed description. I will keep it very brief. This matter, when looking at the application and the materials that have been supplied and comparing those to the preliminary plat standards from Codified Village Ordinance, which begins on page 2 of your report, appears to meet all of the necessary requirements, including notice. Consequently, the department is suggesting to the Planning and Zoning Commission that because the proposal meets the applicable standards, that you recommend approval to the Board of Trustees on this preliminary plat request. There are findings that are listed at the end of your staff report on page 3. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Commission for Mr. Williams? Okay. Is the applicant present? Welcome back, Mr. Glass. State your name for the record and address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Weston Glass, 412 Northwest 5th, Portland, Oregon.
Okay, would you like to speak to the application?
I think we've talked ourselves blue in the face tonight. This plat is the underlying property lines, easements for utilities and for stormwater and this sort of thing. It's all based on the site development plan. I would be happy to answer any questions you have, but I don't think anyone wants me to sit here and walk through it in detail. So I stand for questions.
Okay, Commissioner Martinez?
So real quick, she has a concern, and this more has to do with the sidewalks. Is anything that we're doing right here in reference to that plat having anything that we can attach to for her need for that Osuna sidewalk to be worked on a variable walkway?
So I don't know the answer to that question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Martinez. The plat, it establishes the property lines, and on Osuna, the property line hasn't changed. It's, you know, the line between the public right-of-way and those 3 parcels that abut that. Currently, the sidewalk where it's built is outside that property line. It's in the public right-of-way. Those were the rules we were required to follow in designing that sidewalk and putting it in. If we did do something like you suggested, Commissioner Haywood, that would mean that that sidewalk would be partially on public property and partially on private property. I personally, I don't think that approving or recommending the approval of this plat to the Board of Trustees would preclude doing that. In my best understanding, we could still do that. we wouldn't move the property lines. Basically, if we wanted to put some portions of the sidewalk on the private property, what we would be doing is two things: asking for an exception to the rules that required us to put the sidewalk where it is now. And number two, the owner of those parcels would need to grant some sort of permission for that sidewalk to be on there, which neither of those things really affects the plat as far as I can tell. So I think that would be okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're continuing wanting to see the best that we can really give back to the people in reference to the walkway on that specific north side. So just wanting to make sure that that's feasible. And with your guys saying we will work it out, I think that that's the best that we can do to push it forward. Thank you.
Any other questions to the applicant? Okay. I have a list of one person who signed up to speak on this item, and that is Deborah Irving. I don't believe I see her in the room any longer. Okay. Darnell, is there anyone on online who wishes to speak to this issue? There is not. Thank you. Are you doing a? It's just about the sidewalk. It just occurred to me. Have you been sworn in? Okay. Okay. Attorney Chappell, if you can swear in the testifier and try to put it in the form of like testimony.
So my name is Vincent Sanchez. I live at 6802 Rio Grande. And while I was just listening to all of this, I'm kind of ignorant to most of this huge problem that's been going on. When the sidewalk was brought up on the north side of the building, it seems strange to me that, was there ever any consideration for the building shading the sidewalk or the street, being that it's on the north side and the sun angles from the south would create excessive icing for traffic and walking? Just throwing that out there as a,
I
just a
appreciate it.
thing.
Thank
That's
you.
it. Thank you.
Okay. Please, Mr. Glass.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to respond to Mr. Sanchez's question, as I've mentioned when we've been here before, there is a maximum setback distance in the village code. Those buildings are required by the code to be as close to the street as they are. We can't legally place them any farther away from the street, so that's why they're there.
Okay, this is not a back and forth, unfortunately. If you have a question, I'd suggest that you speak to Mr. Glass afterwards. But you had the opportunity to raise your question, and thank you. Mr. Donlin, do you care to make some comments and testify?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Donlin. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. The piece about in the planting of this, that where the lack of parking is right where you need to have the most accessible parking, which is there by the retail spaces. And so if we want to have a successful retail, to have that parking be deficient there where residential will probably occupy most of it, it means that the people coming to shop there are going to be the ones parking in the extended parking areas, which is not going to be conducive to getting getting customers to come into those retail spaces. And so it seems to me that you're dooming the success of the project, because those retail spaces are likely to be not considered prime retail spaces without, easy parking. Maybe that may not be what we want in the future. We want to get to have less cars, but that's in the future. That's not now. And we're dependent upon the whole notion of this project was to be bringing in gross receipts taxes to the village to increase the village's income and revenue. This is not doing that. And that's why the parking needs to change somehow or other, or the need for parking in that area needs to be reduced, because the senior parking area has excess parking. The place probably that needs the least amount of parking has the most excess parking, and the place that would benefit from having excess parking is the one that's having a deficit. So therefore, I think there should be a redesign of the parking or of the project in a way so that there is adequate parking for retail that's planned in that building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. So is there a motion to approve S24-01? And I don't have the darn thing all in front of me any longer.
I would like to make a motion to approve. But
Okay.
I'm afraid I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
Does anybody have this piece? It's like a 480 bazillion page document.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like, so help me with this.
You would say, I make a motion to approve this as a recommendation to the Board of Trustees.
Okay, so I'd like to make an recommendation of approval to the Board of Trustees for the proposed preliminary plat request for the subject tracts with the department's findings. 1, this is a request for approval of a preliminary plat for the trailhead at Chamisal, a 6-lot commercial and residential development for property zoned VC, Village Center, and within the 4th Street character area. Number 2, this request is in compliance with the preliminary plat requirements as outlined in section 918B2 of the subdivision ordinance.
Okay, I will second for the purpose of discussion. Okay, is there discussion amongst the commission? Commissioner Martinez.
The only discussion would be that we can hopefully pass on to the trustees that we are striving to get that sidewalk on that north side to where it's conducive to people walking and more actively making it away from the street as much as possible.
Thank
That's
you.
my only comment.
Thank you. I'd like to call the question. This is a roll call vote. Commissioner Barrow is recused. Commissioner Edward is excused. Commissioner Martinez.
Yes.
Commissioner Taliapietra.
No.
Okay. Commissioner Haywood.
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin. Yes. Commissioner Homan is recused. The motion carries 3-1 with Commissioner Taliapietra as dissenting. Let the record show that the public hearing S-24-01, request by Decker, Inc., agent for Palindrome Communities, LLC, for a preliminary plat for a site known as lots 1 through 12 and lot 14 is described in Exhibit A, lands of the purchase, sale, and development agreement between the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Palindrome Communities, LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, signed October 2020, is formally closed. And with that, I welcome Commissioners Holman and Barrow back to the dais, and we'll be passing along things.
Thank you, Commissioner Baldwin. So the next item on the agenda is old business, which there is none. So we will move on to new business. If you will all turn to the annual adoption of resolution for 2025. We've got Resolution 2025-1-P&Z, which is a resolution concerning Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and public notice required. This is a document that comes before us each and every year. It's actually dictated by state law, and it's in regard to where we meet, when we meet, and the details among that. Mr. Williams, do you have anything to add in general about that?
Madam Chair, thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. You're absolutely correct. This, the genesis of this is in the Open Meetings Act. This commission adopts that, promises to be open, transparent in advertisement and conducting the meetings and proceeding in accordance with state statutes. So that's all this is. You saw it last year, and that's what's being proposed.
Excellent, thank you. Is there?
Just point of information for, I guess, the whole village. I do not have, looking under item 8, it says that village issued devices. I was never issued a device, which is fine. I'm shown how to get into that website, and I do take down the emails via my Apple computer.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Barrow, the item 8, which deals with communications, significantly, ensures that we're in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, but it greatly assists the clerk, who is the point of contact for IPRA, Inspection of Public Records Requests.
Yeah.
My point is, if you don't have a technical device, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the administrator, but we can work to make sure that you're able to get the information that you need and still be compliant with the Open Meetings Act and the Inspection of Public Records standards.
My understanding is I am compliant because I use my Apple to get into that website, and I can communicate as if I had.
Sure, and another consideration related to that, from a technical standpoint, if you have difficulty accessing in some way, the village is not able to provide any sort of support to that, and that's one of the reasons that we recommend using a village-issued device.
Well, when I brought my first one in, the first one that I was given, distributed, they asked for the first one back because they were upgrading, so I brought it back. They didn't have one, and I never got one.
Well,
so, and it's okay with me. I'm still getting into that website and communicating when possible, when needed through that.
Understood. Appreciate that, but we want to consolidate things and make them as straightforward as possible. So we could talk offline about it, but want to make sure that you're meeting the standards.
Just want you to know I don't have one.
Mr.
So
Chappell?
when the time comes to give it back, I don't have it.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, you should understand that if you use your personal devices to access and communicate, everything on your personal device becomes subject to the IPRA requests. Yep. And so you probably don't want to do that if you get one that's issued correctly, because that becomes public information. So that's the one reason you're encouraged to use something issued by the village and to use it only for that purpose.
I've never rejected it, just was never given to me.
Okay, you can talk to the administrator about that.
Great. Okay, are there any questions about the document before us, Commissioner Baldwin?
Just one clarification. So just so we're all clear that the rules of procedure are still a work in progress. So we are adopting this resolution with reference to that, but just want to make it really clear, TBD, we have not discussed or decided on those yet. But we agree they should probably have them.
Okay,
So,
Agreed.
okay. Is there a motion to adopt?
I'll make a motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Talley Petra and seconded by Commissioner Barrow. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Let's see, Commissioner Barrow.
Yes.
Commissioner Edward is excused. Commissioner Martinez?
Yes.
Commissioner Baldwin?
yes.
Commissioner Tagliapetra?
Yes.
Commissioner Haywood?
Yes.
And Commissioner Homan, yes. Thank you. We have now adopted Resolution 2025-1-P and Z. And that moves us on to the reports. Mr. Williams, is there anything that you have for us?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, there is not a planning report this evening.
Great, okay. Now on to Commissioners' informal discussion. And we'll just start down this way. Do you have anything you'd like to say, Commissioner Haywood? Commissioner Tagliapetra?
I'm never silent. Okay, on April 9th, we approved 411 equipment. And along with that approval was landscaping requirements. There's not one drop of any green, anything on that property. What can we do? It was a stipulation of his approval was to put a lot of landscaping, and he's done nothing.
Which set are we talking about?
The 411 equipment, the fire trucks and all of that stuff.
Oh, I actually asked about that.
We went
yeah.
specifically
Okay.
through what landscaping he needed to put in.
Yes, and what I understand is that because the Fourth Street improvements are coming, that they were given sort of an alignment option, so that as that work is done, they do that a fourth alignment landscaping. I don't know about the the north side or the south side, sort of in against the neighbors. That shouldn't have been whatever, not waived, but delayed.
He didn't even put any irrigation in, any paved.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but that's the answer, because I had the same, I was like, I had the same question about that. So unless you have an update, and anyone, about the landscaping requirements on Fourth at the 411 equipment place, it would be great to let whomever know, Maria, whomever, that we are concerned about that being followed through on.
Madam Chair, I don't mean to muddy the waters. I think I know about, I've heard about the improvements that are being made in an attempt to coordinate with that, but just to let you know, the landscaping section of the code does provide a 12-month period from the date of approval.
He's getting close.
Which dictates that landscaping must be installed within, it gives them a grace period of 12 months is what I'm trying to say.
Can I ask about the Rosales chili place? Is there no landscaping required for that? No shielding of the buildings, no anything? I'm getting complaints from people.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tagliapetra, I am not familiar with that. If you'll give me an address, we can certainly look into it. Secondly, if you're receiving complaints directly as a commissioner, please forward those to staff so that we can follow through with that, record those, memorialize those, and make sure we follow up on those.
Okay.
That's east
The
side.
Rosales is, I don't know, it's on the east side of Fourth.
It's a seasonal.
It's very seasonal, so like right now, he's not even there. But he's got buildings and propane tanks and everything that if we're trying to improve the look of Fourth, and we're going to all this money to do it, we need to follow through with some of this stuff and make some of these approvals look better.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I absolutely agree with you. Again, just remember, or don't forget, that it's not always black, it's rarely black and white. There could be, issues of tenancy, meaning something's permanent versus temporary or seasonal. They could be non-conforming. There are any number of factors. But again, if you have an address that we can work off of.
He didn't put up a mailbox.
If you'll email me with a general description, I will make sure somebody takes a look at it, and then I can get a response back to you as to what they are required to do, they're not required to do, and the reasons thereof.
It's got to be about 6,900.
I don't know what your address is.
Mine's 7318 and 7320.
See, I don't know.
Yeah. Close. All right.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrow.
I have the copies of notice from the village to Gary Mull Ryan, who has that ugly sign up just around the corner from my house. And I do understand that the village has tried to get it removed, and he's pushing back. Please get it removed. I'm not going to be too personal here, but, first of all, he attacked Mary and me. That's gone. But it's vulgar, and it just demeans the village. It's not free speech, it's hate speech, and that's not covered under free speech.
Right.
Con Law 101.
Isn't there also a law against harassing or attacking elected officials and officials of government or whatever? I think there's something.
We weren't elected.
No, I know we weren't elected, but we were appointed. We're still officials within the
Yes, we're still official.
government agency.
If I may respond, Madam Chair and Commissioners, you're looking at a very sticky problem.
Yeah.
When the permit expired, we retained litigation counsel to pursue going after the signs and all of that kind of thing. One of the things we knew going in the front door is that under current federal law, the language is probably not in the category of being obscene or profane, which is accepted from the free speech.
Well, if my kid used that language.
Yeah, usually the F word.
Because there are some specific cases dealing with those exact words. So we went in with just the requirements of the sign ordinance itself, which are pretty clear. The problem we ran into is there's one Supreme Court case, U.S. Supreme Court case that calls into question the constitutionality of our ordinance as a whole, because it makes distinctions based on content. Whatever the content is, we distinguish between political signs and those kind of things, which the courts have said you can't make a content-based discretion in your sign ordinance or it's facially unconstitutional. We're going to try to have a final opinion on that in the next day or so. But that's the reason that we haven't actually filed litigation, immediately after the first of the year in order to get them taken down. There's a number of issues, but there's the case out of Gilbert, Arizona, went to the Supreme Court that calls into question the whole scheme of our sign ordinance.
Oh, okay. All right, well, all I know is the individual is,
Non-compliant.
yeah, just not, there's better ways to express your discomfort or disapproval of someone doing their job, whether it was the initial sign apparently was attacking our former Mayor Lopez, and then it went to Commissioner Barrow, myself, and then is it still attacking Nan, our former
Nan, yeah.
Our former attorney? She's being the one attacked now on it, and it's just not appropriate.
The latest iteration, just as far as the Stelzner firm accused him of malpractice, and didn't say the bad words about them and just said they were liable for malpractice. Clearly, if that's libelous, the Stelzner firm has a good cause of action. They can go after that statement in its of itself. We're just talking about the physical sign and regulating content of the sign in terms of the First Amendment and the New Mexico Constitution.
I thought I was told that the sign is actually on the neighbor's property. The individual that put it up is not the same person that owns the property, and that perhaps there was even a trespass issue?
Mr. Mulryan's property sits back from Rio Grande about 364 feet. But he has an easement across that property to access his property. And on the plat, it says for private access and utilities. So the question is, does he have a right to place a sign like that on his access easement? That's not a property law issue that the village wants to get involved with, except to the extent if we have to try to attack this on the basis of a prohibition of off-premises signs, that may be considered, then we'd have to get involved in it. But the property owner has not taken any action, but has consented to what the village does.
Interesting. Well, thank you for that update. I just think it reflects poorly on the village.
Yes. Yeah.
So just a quick follow-up. My understanding is that the application that was submitted was about a political sign, and the application form has a variety of requirements in order to be complete. One of which is to say what office is being pursued. And that was not filled in. And so I think we've got, yes, it is a stressful and distressing and does not reflect well on the village issue. But to your point, there's a difference between content and applies across the board. And if this was an opening to have another look-see at our sign code, 2 thumbs up.
My guess is that one of the recommendations will come back before the end of the week is an overhaul of our sign ordinance.
Good. You would have an eager participant. And let me just say one more thing on the informal side. Brennan Williams, thank you for your service, whether it was willing or the order of willing service or something slightly less than that. I respect deeply your expertise and your willingness to step up under very tight, very difficult circumstances. Much appreciation all around. Thank you.
Second that.
Most definitely. Commissioner Martinez?
Boy, after tonight, I don't know. But what I do know is that the village is a beautiful place, and we're going to try to continue from our point of view, this side, make changes. And I think that's something that we've been talking about. And I think that we both back each other up by saying we need to look at the zoning laws and we need to make changes. We have to look at variances and see what the intent was and what we need to. I was with Makita quite a bit and walking in those journeys. And now that he's not, I think that we just need guidance of, because I know that it is a process. And when I sat down with him, he said it's a process. Mm-hmm. The bottom line to it is I hope that however we can get it through planning and zoning, you have a willing body that wants to guide us, teach us. We will follow, we will do, we will. So help us journey into making the zoning regulations up to date and the best that we can. Yep. And that'll help us as we journey forward.
Sounds great. And I think I can speak for all of us here in the fact that we don't come upon these decisions that we make lightly. Lord knows we look out and we see our neighbors, our friends, folks that we want to get to know, and we know that we're disappointing some. We know we're supporting others, but it's not with the intent of who the individual is. It's with the intent of trying to interpret the ordinance and the rules that are before us in a great attempt to be true to the job that we've been tasked with doing. And with that, I really want to thank all of you for all of the work. And I know that, you know, it tugs at all of our heartstrings, the yeses and the nos and the disappointed faces that we often see. So, and hopefully we see more excited faces. So anyhow, I want to thank you all, and let's start 2025 off really well.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
When will we start addressing village code that needs to be addressed? Yes, I'm looking at you. Yeah, you're not invisible, you're there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, understatement of the year. Excellent question. Certainly it's something based on time and capacity, but Administrator Avila and I have had discussions about that. Staff members and I have had discussions about that. I've laid awake at night thinking about it. Change needs to take place, or modifications need to be proposed, but as soon as possible would be my answer. I don't have a date for you.
Please.
But certainly, I think based on the matters that were heard earlier heard tonight, the variance requests, a formalized, methodical, dare I say, straightforward approach is needed and warranted, because it helps prevent disappointing people.
5,500 feet?
And having situations where we've got folks that say, yeah, but what about across the street? Or, but I was annexed in. Or, I mean, there's just so many moving parts to be able to have an updated code that goes through the process, goes through the Planning Commission, is adopted by the Board of Trustees. Your comment is very much appreciated, is what I'm trying to say.
We need to do it. I mean, it hurts me to sit here and know that some of these people don't have another choice. I mean, some do, some don't. And it just hurts to tell them straight out no, instead of saying, let's work with it and we can get it to whatever, to where it's good for us both. But yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chappell?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'll make one comment. I was here in the village at the time when the 15-foot setback was adopted over a large portion of the zoning things that we had. I didn't participate a lot in drafting the ordinance, but I was in all of the discussions. And so the other side of the issue than what you're hearing is this. Number one, everybody wants this to be a semi-rural kind of area. If you cut the setbacks down to 7 or 8 feet, you drive down the street, you can't see anything off the street, so it cuts down the view. But it was considered that about 15 feet was the minimum, ideally, for emergency services. If you need a fireman to go down your house to fight the fire on that side of the house, you need about 15-foot clearance for emergency kind of things, particularly fire. And so the other side of that in adopting it was to take care of the views and also emergency services. So when you start getting into that, you need to think about what that applies and to what areas you're talking about.
That goes with the setbacks and the fence heights in some cases and all of that, Yep.
And fence heights I wasn't involved, but I know the 15 feet, we had a lot of discussion. If you need firemen down there to work on that side of your house or whatever you need, they need to be able to get between your house and the fence.
I'd like to make a comment on that one, because I got a little bit involved with McKeed on that one, and the 15-foot setback is a value in rural.
Your mic's not on.
That 15-foot setback is when I got involved in it to try to understand it, the reality too is there's different zoning. There's rural and then there's residential. And there is a place for 15-foot setbacks. And I think that we need to take that in consideration also, because I agree with him that there is a rural part, but when you get into the residential, we go right across the street over here on 4th Street, you can't even get any property that has any 15-foot between them. and we put that zoning rules and regulations on them, we have issues. So I think that there is a need to look at the whole placement in reference to rural, in reference to as we are getting into areas that we are already congested, can we balance that out and not try to put something that is an overburden on them because it's already congested? I appreciate that at the time, way back when, in 15, and rural was wonderful, but when we're seeing what we're seeing right now in the village itself, there's a lot of serious side-by-side 10 5-foot setbacks that would be an asset to less variances. And that's
Well,
the big
but
problem.
don't kid yourself. The narrower we make that, you start looking like big town Albuquerque or anybody else. And two, don't kid yourself in thinking that if we change it to 10 feet, that you're still not going to have people coming in and asking for 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will always try to push.
No, and I agree to what you're saying, but there's a standard out there. And I think that if we just look at the standard in normal residential, a 10-foot setback is a standard. And I think that that leaves room for everything that we're talking about. And I'm not on anybody's side other than I think that what we need to do is really look at and have conversation, because that's the part of changing those. That's where we'll have this discussion, a point of, is it, what is it, let's talk about it. And that brainstorming will make us understand within each other the setbacks that are really necessary. And so it's a journey, and I think hopefully we'll get on that journey.
Excellent. Well, with that, can I have a motion for adjournment? I see eager faces.
I move to adjourn.
And I'll second it.
Wonderful. Anybody opposed? No. Okay, looks like.
Call it,
Yes,
Madam
aye.
Chair.
So we've got 10:51 for adjournment.